Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, November the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, so just a quick note, there is no, as I thought last week, if you were in the room last week, I sort of surmised that there probably would not be a trade of the week this week. Volatility in the markets, who knows what's going to happen. Of course, the U.S. elections are tomorrow. And for the balance of the week, it was suggested that you just remain in cash in terms of a longer term trade. So there is no trade of the week. Some of you, unfortunately, I think are looking at CASH. And no, we're not talking about going to CASH. And when I say some of you, I don't mean necessarily people in this room, though that might not be a bad trade. Look at this monthly candle there. But I'm just looking at some emails coming in, wondering why cash. So anyway, we're talking about staying in cash in terms of a trade of the week this week. So now we've got some interesting developments on the EV front. NIO, three big China EV stocks. NIO, I think they've just said that, what was their news? Record deliveries this month, I think. And the same with XPEV. So we've got NIO, XPEV, which was a fairly recent IPO right here, and also LI, which was an IPO right here. So we've got those three big China auto EV plays, NIO, LI, and XPEV. And the market is, very interestingly, there's a quite decent gap up for the market. ANPC. Gap up, it's a virus play, something to do with China and virus, so it is a virus play. And lots, look at the volume. This could be really crazy. Well, it already is crazy, but only 2.25 million in the float. It's already traded the float double the float is traded, 5 million shares. Let's see, the high in the pre-market was $5, but those are just kind of spiked highs, so we'll have to see what happens once the market opens. DBVT, this has something to do with peanut allergies. I think the European EMA has given them some kind of a go-ahead. So DBVT, peanut allergies. LQDA is a gap down, and what I think I could really see on it is that they've rescheduled some kind of a special meeting they were going to have. All right. I'm going to have to, you're either going to have to get out of the room, change your nickname, okay? Trump's, well, I'm not going to say it. So you're going to either have to change your nickname right now, or I'm going to ban you. It's that simple. No political talk in this room whatsoever, okay? So I'm going to give you a chance before I ban you. JNCE. JNCE is a gap down on negative data. JNCE, it's trying to crawl back actually. It's tacked on about $1 since the low in the pre-market. Yeah, I do see that. So guys, listen. Well, look, we're just going to have to, so you either change your nicknames, or we're not having any political references in this room, okay? You can come back, just change your nickname. That's all there is to it. Let's see, CWH. CWH. Let's see, this is actually an earnings play gap up. CWH is an earnings play gap up. And that's a pretty big, I mean, this could be really interesting. There are not too many earnings plays this morning. Companies releasing earnings before this market opens today. And look at this potential fill, 31.50. It's at 28.94 right now. I do see that, yes, real. And let's see, ON. ON is a gap down, an earnings play gap. So real, I'll give you the latitude if I miss anything, okay? You know what I'm talking about. ON is a earnings gap down. And this has some room also if it continues the gap down. AU, it's a dividend increase, AU, but it is starting, no, actually, it looks worse on the 2-minute chart, but it is hanging in here pretty well, actually, up 7.5%. Now, I looked at this one, and I have no idea what's going on. There was no volume, really. PSHG, I don't know if it's still up there. Yeah, boy, keep an eye on this one. This is crazy. I don't know if this is a reverse split or something. I couldn't see any news on it. I couldn't see any recent news. The last news I've got is on October 20th. So I don't know what's going on with the PSHG. If it's a reverse split perhaps, or... Because we do have another reverse split that I don't think, again, I couldn't see the ratio. I didn't see any news on it. It appears that this is a reverse split, MDLY. Yeah, 0.1 to 1. So it looks like that's a 10 to 1 reverse split. It is a reverse split. Okay, thank you. Could not see any news on it. Thank you, Hendricks. So MDLY is definitely a reverse split, a 1 for 10 reverse split. And GRWG, this is could be an interesting one today, GRWG. So it is starting to fade quite a bit, 1764 down to 17, starting to fade a little bit. I think they made an acquisition. Of course, this is a pretty big player in the cannabis sector. SUP, just almost forgot about this one, SUP. This is an earnings play, it's just a small one. It's an earnings play, but it is up 30%, relatively low float, 23 million in the float. But it really might stumble trying to get through 2. And in case you're wondering, EIGI, yes, it's a nice gap up, but it is a buyout. And the potential buyout is at 950. So it's kind of sitting there right now. Now, keep an eye on this. This was the the crazy one from last week, SRRK. If you were in the room last week, you remember what happened. So it's still sitting right around its financing price, $39. Give me one moment, please. I just have to load another page on my other monitors. All right. Yeah, so this is not a joke place, Nix. Okay, I don't know. All right, let me see. 9:15. Let me check quickly to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if there's anything kind of interesting. And yeah, man, the pattern continues. Many, many, many more upgrades and downgrades. This has been like this for, seems like at least a month, if not more. So I'll get a few of them in. What I'm really looking for is multiple upgrades or downgrades. I'm just trying to keeping a glance on that. I don't see any yet. All right, I did not see any. I'll just do a quick scan again, see if I can see any that had a multiple downgrade. I don't see any. By that I mean several analysts downgrading or upgrading the same stock. So that was the the trade. That was about 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago. No, there is no trade of the week this week. The recommendation is to stay in cash. So there is no official trade of the week this week. But if you'd kept the trade of the week from, I guess, 3 weeks ago now, which was NIO at 22, you'd be pretty happy. And I do not see any multiple downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right. So what do we have? The combo here, or is it two people, one mind? William Squirrel. I understand. All right, 9:19. Well, guys, I have no idea what to expect. We do have a gap up this morning, and it is kind of holding. But I'm going to play it very cautiously. I don't have that many stocks on my watch list over the weekend that I that are in the watch list. So, but if you want to follow along, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Watch List, Barry's Watch List. Make sure that before you click on it or any other channel in the channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, and your layout would be replaced again, okay, as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And I just noticed that the promo code for 20% off is still active. A second here, so I'm just going to pop that into the room. Probably almost for sure tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, okay? Somebody asked about when does the promo code disappear. So again, so there is the promo code HollyBoo20 for 20% off the first month only. So if you click on my home page, actually, well, it doesn't matter. You click on my home page. Now you will see another promo code. Just disregard that one and use the HollyBoo20 for 20% off, okay? And then click on the Get Trade Ideas and you're good to go. Nope, it's same. I'm probably going to just keep it. The watch list is still the same. And the only thing I can think of, if you're using a top list, what time is it right now? Can I help you? Yeah, 9:22. So the only thing I can think of, if you're talking about using a top list, make sure when you right click, time frame, and it says live always, number one, okay? So that's the first thing. If you don't have that checked, you're not going to get anything until the market opens. Number two, if you're using the relative volume filter as one of your filters, active filters, you will not get anything in the pre-market. And number three, if the server sort happens to be on relative volume, you will not get anything in the pre-market, okay? So those are the three reasons why you may not be getting any data in the pre-market right now. Did you hear me? Whoops, sorry for the caps. Yeah, that NIO is something else. Getting closer and closer to that price target of $40 that JP Morgan put on it. But don't lose sight of the other two from China, the other two EV stocks from China. XPEV, which is so 2144, so it's up in this area right here. And let's see, 24.99. Yeah, well, it depends on your computer, your system. doesn't stay at 20. I mean, it'll hop around. Anything under 100 is fine. You're at 108, that's maybe a little high, but see anything else sneaking in here on the active ups. All right, I'm going to close this one down. All right, well, I don't know what to expect today, certainly not tomorrow or this week. This is going to be obviously a pretty interesting week. CWH could be an interesting earnings play, guys. I mean, it's at 28.56 if you look left on the daily chart. The next high is 28.68. If you can clear that, you can see it has a little bit of a void to get up to this 32 level. Yeah, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Okay, so can you hear me now? Okay, so there are a few reasons why, if you're looking at a top list, what time is it? Okay, I've got time. So if you're looking at a top list window, wondering why you're not gaining any data, when you right click on the top list window and click on time frame, make sure it says live during market hours. That's number one, okay? Number two, if you're using the relative volume filter and this goes for alert windows or top list windows, if you're using the relative volume filter in the pre-market, you will get no data. Or also, if you click on that sort and it's sorted on relative volume, you will get no data. Okay? So that is the reason, those are the main reasons why you're getting no data in the pre-market. Yeah, remember, all you're doing, you won't get confirmation details until I think the Friday. Okay, all you did last week is pre-register. Sometimes it's confusing, but all you did last week by signing up for the test drive is you've pre-registered. The information, I believe, comes on the Friday on this Friday. Your sign-up details and all. Okay. Tony, your big clue will be that if you start getting data once the market opens, and that will be the reason. Either A, not selecting live always, but the main reason usually is people having the relative volume filter active in the pre-market. All right. I will typically not trade in the first 15 minutes. The market is going to open in 30 seconds, guys. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, whatever comes of it. And we'll just have to see what happens. But again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. And here we go. So again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Yeah, I've not heard anything about that AZRT. I don't know. Yeah, CWH is definitely, I mean, there's very few earnings plays this morning, but I mean, that has a potential to fill in this gap, as I'm sure that's what Real is talking about, or maybe it's a fade, but you know, can't know until the market opens. Well, the market is open, but before we get a little more direction, SPY is up. Goods, Mr. Goods in the room early. So the trade of the week, if somebody asked what the trade of the week is, there is no trade of the week, okay? It is just to stay in cash. There was no trade of the week this week. Reasoning being is that the market could be very volatile this week, so the recommendation is just to stay in cash. All right, just kind of watching the CWH, actually starting to fade now, but again, I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. Cruisers are weak. NCLH said no, some of their, I don't know if it's subsidiaries of theirs, but they're looking not to do anything this year at all. Well, just use our earnings plays. I mean, one of the earnings, or a couple of windows that I'm sharing are earnings plays. You know, all you have to do is click on either scans and earnings is somewhere up here, or I don't know if this is easier or not, but if you do click on my home page. So if you do click on my home page, and you'll notice I've got one here, my scans now, click here. And so there we go, earnings up and earnings down, okay? Yeah, I did see ISIG early. Is it still over $1? Yeah, well, I mean, listen, it's a low float, 7.8 million in the float, lots and lots of volume. We've seen this story before. I mean, look at 2 weeks ago, look at last week. I mean, you know, lots of excitement and it just gets sold right off. So I just have my doubts, about it. I mean, the only thing, I don't know if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. All right, well, here's a little cannabis play, Tilray, TLRY, maybe piggybacking a little bit. What's MJ doing? What's the cannabis sector ETF doing? Yeah, a little bit of a pop, maybe with the GRWG news. GRWG, is it still hanging in there? Yeah, it's kind of hanging in. That's not me, no. Not too many Andersons around, but that is not me. Yeah, she's actually been a. Okay, guys. I mean, listen, ISIG is on the move. What's the pre-market high? Was $1.33 or so. It hit $1.33 a couple of times, which is almost what it. That's sort of the high of a couple of days ago. 3 days ago. Now, I had an alert for Sanderson Farms for some reason, SFM. I see why. Well, weakening, SFM weakening, not much volume yet, but it is weakening. And you can see last week, it had earnings on the 28th. And if it can take out this, I mean, it's got a lot of room underneath, SFM. All right, so ANPC seems to be a bust. ANPC, virus play. This is shortable too. Just a little early, that's all. For me. Well, I see that Smile Direct having a nice little move here. SDC is having a move. I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, well, yeah, you're probably, I mean, with Tilray, TLRY, or yeah, CGC. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if it's just because of the GRWG news. See what the market is doing. The market is just really not doing too much yet. I mean, nice gap up. Nice gap up pre-market, but not doing too much yet. Now, I anticipate that the AI may be pretty quiet today and tomorrow. Yeah, the AI alerts I do not display. Okay, I'll talk about them sort of after the fact. Just not fair for those of you who pay for the premium service if I'm going to display them. There are no AI alerts yet. Yeah. Well, I got to admit, this is really ripping. Is Tilray following? TLRY? Yeah, pretty much so. So I mean, yes, this is it. There are no AI alerts yet, but I do not display them. Okay, guys, keep an eye on SRRK. I mean, look, low float, 20 million in the float, relatively expensive for that amount in the float, but look at the fact that it is holding over that financing price, $39. And here's another EV guy. So the EV sector today looks like this is the sector to be watching. We've got, of course, have the three big ones from China: NIO, NIOLI, and XPEV, XPEV. Here's the high. I mean, this is the high, 20. So it still has a ways to go. Whereas NIO, of course, has exploded over the high a couple of weeks ago. This was a weak stock last week. RRC had earnings on the 29th. Okay, guys, I did see okay, I'm glad this is going down. I shouldn't say glad, but VHC, this is what I call it, they're always involved in Apple suing them left and right. It's been going on for years. Vertex, yeah, I mean, come on. So they've been awarded $502 million in the Apple suit. Now, I'm sure Apple is going to I am sure that they are going to contend it. Otherwise, this stock could be absolutely ripping higher. Okay, so Brightech, maybe I misunderstood what you were talking about. If you're a premium subscriber, then what I would be doing is loading it from here, from new, from our toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Ollie strategy trades window. Okay, and then instead of going to the channel bar, because you're kind of limited, then you're stuck on that channel. And what I would do is just, if you do what I do, you just load this window, then you watch them all day long. Plus you incorporate this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. Just wait for the alerts to happen. There's no time delay on the stream, no. I mean, so when we get an alert here, it's a real-time alert. Well, it broke 6. It broke 6. In fact, it closed a little bit above 6. This is one we were watching last week for a solid break of 6. So it has some room, maybe up to the 7 level, CYH. And we're getting a red bar in the SPY, yes. So careful on your longs. Cover your whatever, CYH. Yeah, maybe I misunderstood what you were talking about if you're wondering what I showed the AI alerts all day long. But if you heard me, I would, you can do it from the channel bar, of course, but that's not how I would do it. Guys, EVs today, I forgot to mention Workhorse, WKHS. How's it doing? Yeah, so the other one, Okay, so GT was an earnings play on the 30th. There's a reaction right there. Sorry, on that day, there was a reaction to earnings, trying to come back a little bit. However, there's the 200-day moving average, so it's right above it. So that's probably a no-go. All right. Well, after that big bottoming tail, all the way. I mean, these are big. I mean, we got down to 27.38, and then a $2 pop. So CWH, can it hold it? Yes. The only thing you will not be able to do is auto trade the AI. Okay, but certainly the brokerage. Well, you have to have Interactive Brokers to use. Okay, if you want to use this to trade your account, you have to have Interactive Brokers as your broker. But if you, okay, yeah, yes, absolutely. So you'll be able to use this to trade your IB account. Okay, well, if you left click on the chart, to make it the active chart, keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, okay, and then use your scroll wheel, and that'll allow you to scroll in and out. Okay, so control key pressed down on your keyboard. And then use your scroll wheel on your mouse to scroll in and out. All right, so now we have some. It's 9:45. We're past 9:45, so we're starting to get some in here. Okay, so SUP is an earnings play. SUP is an earnings play. I have no idea. Well, there's a 200-day also, so this may not be able to move very much. It's not a low. It's 23 million in the float. Certainly not a high float, but that 200-day may stall it. CWH 29.15. Yeah, so it's 29.73 from the watch list. And NIO 34.66. I don't usually, I put this one in this morning just to see. 34.66, 34.82 now. What's the market doing? So we start off a little red bar, now it's a green bar, so a little bit directionless right now after the big gap up pre-market. STNE, that's a nice little gap up here for STNE. This has some room, 50, 58, 50 or so, the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Okay, well, if you have the AI, you know there is an AI alert. Yeah, NCLH is weak, guys, but there may be some support, right around here, around that 15 level for NCLH. They did have some news this morning. Suspends all cruises until the end of December. I don't think that's a big surprise or anything, but okay, now this one this is active again, guys. MARPS. It just got halted. Had a crazy. I mean, look at the last 4 weeks for this one. Well, not this week so much, but look at the topping tails for MARPS. Especially 2 weeks ago, got all the way up to 876. Another low float situation, $1.60, 1.6 million in the float. So it is a very low float situation. Again, last week it got up to $6 approximately, and it just got halted. And it's stacking up at 389, 389. If let's see if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. It'll open just about 9:56. A little bit 4 seconds before 9:56. All right, so PBI, a little bit of a comeback for PBI after the disastrous earnings release on Friday. Just a disaster. But it's trying to come back a little bit, PBI. All right, so Charles, are you? I have a question from the YouTube feed. Can you hear me and can you see what I'm going to do before I answer your question? Okay, so for an alert window or the AI alerts, it's the same format. If you right click, properties, actions. Basically just follow the instructions. You click on the play sound, click set up the sound. You can have one of them as text to speech, all right? Because the whole idea is you don't want to do them all text to speech because you want to have a different sound on each alert window and the AI, so you know exactly which window to look at. You can certainly keep one of them text to speech. Otherwise, click on the use custom sound, and then you select the sound. And we have 3 folders here. Each folder has a series of audible alerts that you can choose from. You click on one, you can open it, you can play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then it will get attached to the window. So the same thing with the AI. It's the same format, right click. And this time you don't have to go to properties, it's just actions, but it's the same menu. Okay? And I'm going to pop this in. I just want to talk about it right now a little bit. The test drive. So man, it's next Monday it starts. Wow. So the test drive. If you click on the test drive link, you're brought to this page. Okay, so please listen to me carefully. You sign up now, you're pre-registered. You will get no data. Don't worry about if it says you don't have a subscription or anything like that, okay? You're not going to get any data until Monday. That's November the 9th. So a week today. And it runs for 2 weeks. the 9th to the 20th, and it'll cost you $8.99, and for 2 full weeks of our premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. Okay? So again, you are pre-registering. That's all you're doing right now. Now, typically, you'll be able to use the program. I don't have an absolute time, but usually we open it up Friday once the market closes. Give it a couple of hours, so you can certainly have access to it on the weekend and play around with it and get all set up for the test drive. Okay. Now, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you don't want to wait. This promo code is still valid until 11:59 p.m. tonight, Eastern Time. Eastern Time. Okay. Actually, all right, so if you do click on that subscription on my homepage link, you will see, disregard that particular promo code, but click on Get Trade Ideas, choose your plan, and just put the promo code right in here, Hollyboo20, okay? I'm going to go over this in more detail around 9 or 10:30. Now look at ABR. This is a nice one here. ABR had earnings on the 30th, and kind of a mixed bag right there. Kind of a doji, topping tail, bottoming tail, but it is starting to move well. ABR, and the market's putting in a nice green bar now. So the market, so the Dow's up big, SPY's up big, Tech's up big. Okay, guys, so from my watch list, 2915 CWH hit 3058, so that has worked out pretty well. 3466, so what did it get to? It's 30-cent pop from the high. I continue to watch this. This one, as I said, I think it's too close to the 200-day moving average to really do anything. The JNCE 599, so it's already down 27%. And LQDA 303, yeah, I'd have to wait for a break of 3 or even lower. I mean, look at 2 weeks ago, it was down to about 280. So it's almost a lifetime low for LQDA. And MARP's MARP's opened a little while ago. Okay, I do not see any specific news for it. Well, this ISIG is strong. I mean, the next high looking left is 132 low float. I saw this in the pre-market, but we've seen this we've seen this act before. But hey, maybe today's the day it'll hold its gains. There was another earnings play that was really nice, a short for a lot of us. WU was a nice short. It is trying to come back with the market basically. WU over the whole number 20. Definitely keep an eye on this TCDA. Of course, got hammered 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, right there on that day. Had a bounce back day on Friday. So the high is, this takes out 6. It could continue bouncing back. It has some room to the 8 level for TCDA. Just put a price alert there, the high of last week. I'm actually a little bit surprised. There is more activity from the AI than I thought. I thought maybe it would be very, very quiet today and tomorrow and maybe even on Wednesday, but a little more activity than I thought. So I can see right off the bat a pretty nice short. Okay, so now these EVs are fading quite a bit. And again, if you have the AI, you know which one I'm talking about. Boy, if this NIU can somehow take out 29, excuse me, I tried this morning. I'm going to stick an alert up here for NIU at 29.11. You can see what could happen. It's got some room to move into this area on the daily chart. Well, this MARPS is continuing here. All right, definitely interested in the latest Holly alert. Interested so much that I'm in it. So we'll see what happens. It has a little bit of resistance. So again, those of you who know how I like to trade the AI, I like the ones under $20. don't know if it's, I don't know. I honestly don't know if it's a recent IPO or if it's a symbol name change. You'd have to check. Well, unless everybody's getting a weird echo, how's my sound, guys? Are you guys getting an echo? If you're getting an echo, any sound issues usually can be resolved by doing a refresh, okay? Unless everybody's telling me that they're getting a weird echo, it'll be on your system, Drew. So just do a refresh. Typically, that'll solve issues like that. Yeah. Okay. So it's on your end. Always do a refresh. Boy, look at NWL now. Another one had earnings on the 30th. The high last week was 1849. And the high right there is 1828. The high right there is 18. So you can just sort of see if it can take out last week's high. I'm going to stick an alert at 1851. Takes out last week's high. It has a little bit of room up to the 20 level. And have you done a refresh, TM? Hard. It's so hard, to know. I mean, if the majority of people have no issues, so hard to know why on your end. All right, so this did not sustain itself here, so it was a nice alert right off the bat. 29.15 got up a couple of dollars. All right, there's the NIU, guys. Now it is above last week's high, 28.64. Has a shot to get into this area here. I don't know where they're out of. They're out of China. Also in the, I don't know, well, it's in the auto sector. I don't know if it's a pure EV play. Okay, I'm out of that one little gain, and that's the, I don't mind talking about it now, but I would watch it all day. WYALA. There's no code. There's no code. I mean, it's $8.99. There is no code. I know it says it's just sort of the standard form, when you okay. So there is no code. No, I have not added any new equipment. Everything no, I've not done anything differently, TM. Interesting, though, that it would be happening to you. KNDI, another EV play. KNDI, look at the volume coming in. Yeah, DBVT just did make a new high. Not the pre-market high. Pre-market high is still around 275. Peanut allergy drug. And I think they something to do with the European market, EMA. I guess that's their FDA equivalent. All right, there's NWL now above the high of Friday. Yeah, I mean, look at the headline for this one. I mean, if that were going to be totally 100% uncontested or there's nothing around it, I'm talking about the VHC. I mean, just look at the headline. I'm going to read it. Yeah, okay, so some jury ordered Apple to pay them $500 million. Now, they had sought $700 million. Apple said they should not pay more than $113 million. I just don't believe that Apple is not going to contest it. This has been going on for years and years and years for VHC. Yeah, I'm not changing the symbol list. Probably keep it the same. Probably at least 10 years. I agree. That's all they do. Yeah, I didn't see Lumber Liquidator in the pre-market. It really didn't do anything. That's why. I mean, it was basically flat in the pre-market. But yes, as Real pointed out, LL. So if you look left on the daily chart or weekly chart, it has room. You know, it's about a couple of dollars to the highs. Guys, there's the TCDA now is above or right at the high of Friday. On the way, trying to come back after getting just creamed on Thursday. So the high of Friday was 595. So yeah, SRRK, I mentioned this one a lot earlier. SRRK was doing a great job of holding that financing, that $39 financing. You know, what did it get down to? I mean, it only got down to 38.16. The financing, I think, was announced. I don't know if it was Thursday or Friday, but I don't know what this one is. FSR Plus. I don't know what it is. It doesn't load. Let's see if FSR loads. FSR. Okay, so FSR loads. Oh, this is looks like this is just one of these SPACs. Oh, I see. I see. This is SPAC. Okay, SPAQ. becomes FSR. Okay. Well, that's a nice nice jump for it. FSR. So no more SPAQ. This is now FSR. Interesting action for it before. For SPAC before. I mean, this was kind of sinking into oblivion here. All ahead. I mean, look at this. Look at this action ahead of their changing the symbol today. One of my other scans, the momentum up. I don't have it. I'm not showing it, but the momentum up. It is one of those ones that is available if you want it. If you click on the scans tab, what time is it? Yeah. Just looking. I usually go over all this at around 10:30. But if you click on either the scans tab, I think momentum up showed up there. I don't have. I'm just not showing it on my momentum up. The CC Bank, IBN. I think Real mentioned this one before. And now, if it can take, what's the high rate there? The high rate there is 1150. So it's right at that high. I mean, if it can start to move, now it's a big float. That's the only issue, 3.5 billion in the float. It's going to take a bunch to move it, but if it can start to fill in this void here, if it's a red line, typically when you click on a real-time alert, typically what that is telling you is that is the next high looking left on the daily chart. But you have to be clicking on a real-time alert to see it. Jude, okay. See if I can find one. It only happens when you get the real-time alert. Now, so I just clicked on DHI as an example, so that's why that line is there. You can see on the daily chart, there's a next high looking left, okay? So when you get a real-time alert and you click on it immediately, you'll see that red line. Yeah, so it was a reverse split. PSHG was a reverse split. This is incorrect in terms of how much it's up, okay? I don't know what the ratio was, but TCDA, guys. Yeah, I have to, and that's another one. This is not up 1,000%. Our provider is not picked up. It was a 1 for 10, okay. How about the MDLY? TCDA, guys, is really, this could get really interesting. I mean, it already is really interesting, but we can continue to fill in this void here. So both 1 to 10, 1 for 10. Thank you, Torps. All right, guys, the one I was in earlier, I'm back in from the AI. Again, I use it as a watch list all day long, so I traded it out, but I'm back in. So I'm got to be aware of this next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 943. Well, guys, I mentioned Newell NWL. I think I mentioned it right at that break of 1850. Now at 18, just about 18, got up to 1880. So this is what we're talking about, guys. I use it as a watch list. So there was the original entry at 902. I did not get it at 902 the first time. I got it at 908. Sold it, most of it out around 922. Re-entered at 915. Again, you know, I can't, you know, if you have the AI, that's how I use it. I use it as a watch list, and I like the ones under $20. Those are the ones that I focus on. You know, dotted lines would be swing exits on a daily chart or smart stop exits. Okay, these are automatically generated by the system. Like I'm looking right there. There's a dotted line. So I mean, the theory being, I mean, look, nothing highly scientific. It's just the 20-day low, but that's what it's telling you. Wow, Yalla, great looking trade now, guys. Big area right there, 943, and it's above it. So this could really start to run. All right, now I'm really watching this TCDA, you know, kind of holding right here. I'd love to see it just start to hold this area and then start to move, especially if we get some volume. You're right, SUP is taking off. And maybe this, well, there's a 200-day. I mean, look, is it shortable? It is shortable for me. 200-day, excuse me, is 173. So it could stall right there. Look at Yala go. YALA. So that's what we're talking about. There's the alert, 902, 960 right now. Try a reset of your account. Just do a reset. Okay. Go to your account, reset, see if that helps. I'm not having any issues today with charts not loading. Wow, what a... what I'm doing here is I'm just marking, because I do a video every day, so I'm just kind of marking my levels for Yala. Okay, so have you watched the video? I mean, I can make a, if all I have to do is just, a real limit is, just picking the price that you want to get in at. Oh no. Let me just see if I can do this reset. Symbol, of course, is supposed to show up there. So what are you talking about when you say there's no delay? It's a real-time alert. When you say, where am I getting the alert from? Are you talking about the AI? I don't want to... of course, these symbols are supposed to be loading here. Well, I might have to... the problem is sometimes my headings don't remain. Just a minute, guys, because I mean, it's 10:30 now, and I want to be able to demonstrate how you can take trades using our simulator, or if you have an Interactive Brokers account. But unfortunately, this is not, so I might have to, wow, because I'm an idiot. Here we go. Forgot to connect. Okay. Okay, so I don't understand what you mean. Are you talking about these alerts here, Brightech? These alerts that you're seeing here? These are all real-time alerts. Okay, yeah, these are my settings. I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So, first of all, let me just do my spiel, and I'm going to show you how you can have my scans. Sounds like you're going to be doing the test drive. Okay, well, first of all, if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Thursday between 9 o'clock and 9 and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. Before I go into the typical spiel that I have every day, I do want to pop this into the room again. Now, we had 4,000 people sign up last month, or last time we did this test drive. I have no idea how many we're going to get this time, but I'm sure we'll have a lot of people signing up for the test drive. So if you click on that test drive link, you click on the test drive link that I just put in the room. This is the page you'll see. So for $8.99, you'll get 2 full weeks of our premium service. It doesn't start until the 9th. Okay, that's next Monday. So what you're doing right now is you're pre-registering. So don't expect, and please don't harass our per support people saying, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? Now, typically what we do is a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday, you'll be able to download the program so you can play around with it over the weekend and then get set up for the test drive that starts on the Monday. Well, we do this only 4 times a year. So this is a good opportunity if you've ever wondered about trying trade ideas. Good opportunity for you to try us out. Also open to our standard subscribers. If you want to upgrade to the premium service for those 2 weeks, you can do so for the $8.99. The other thing is that once the test drive is over, it's over. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. Once it's over, we'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but we don't put you into a subscription, so you don't have to worry about that. And I will put in the subscription links. So that promo code that we've got, so if you click on my home page, so don't use the Barry for Alpha, you can still use the Holly Boo 20, all in capital letters, Holly Boo 20 for 20% off the first month. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, these are the plans that we've got. We've got a premium annual and a standard annual. The premium annual would be $22.68 a year minus that 20%. The standard $10.68 a year minus the 20%. The big difference is the AI. There are other differences between premium and standard, but the major difference why people want our premium service is to have a look at the AI. AI 902. You got to manage the trades, guys. Okay. You see how this has not exited the trade at all? See, I would never be handling. That's why we say, we do not recommend auto trading the AI. We really think that if you do want to auto trade on the entries, maybe, but manage the exits. I mean, you cannot allow a trade. You cannot allow Yalla to get all the way up to 960, 970 and pull all the way back down without taking any profit, in my opinion. Okay? So let me get back to the Now, you don't have to take out an annual plan. You can take out a monthly plan. You can just try us out, 118 less than 20%, or 228 less than 20%. Of course, you could always wait for the test drive. Starts next Monday. But if you wanted to, you can try us out. And if you decided that you wanted to upgrade, if you do it within 30 days, upgrading either from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual plan, we'll honor the 20% promo code. Sorry guys, I keep losing you guys every time I click on an alert. Okay, more links on from my homepage. So the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Now this week there is no trade of the week. The suggestion was to remain in cash for this week, just because the market's going to be probably extremely volatile. I do a daily, not a market recap, but a trading room recap. I keep saying, gotta get the guy to change that, but it's a trading room recap more, and I do it at 1 o'clock. The new link here, do you want my scans? You can click on this link right here. Click here. You can see all the scans that I'm sharing. And here we have a lot of education on this link. Click here. I always like to put this one link on its own because I think it's a really, really good link for somebody who is just taking out trade ideas. A new subscriber. They'll probably be at least, usually after the test drive, it's usually at 25%. Okay? There'll definitely be a promo after the test drive is over. And so I wouldn't, it'll be at least 20%, but it's more than likely 25. So if you click on the 20 short lessons, this is what you'll see. All the basic stuff here, guys. What is the top list? What is an alert window? How to create them? It's really, I think it's really, really beneficial for those of you who are brand new to trade ideas. Those of you who are going to be taking the test drive, you can look at these right now. Okay? If you're not, even if you don't have the program, at least you'll see what some of the basic features we have to offer. Also on that link, that education link, daily support sessions. So we have a YouTube feed also concurrent to this one. They see my screen, they can hear me. Not quite as robust in terms of the trader interaction, but I monitor it between 9 and noon. Between 12 and 1, another trader takes over. And because I take a break I take a break between 12 and 12:30, so you can always head over to the YouTube feed. I resume the moderation between 1 and 3. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right there. They're all free. More educational videos here and some ebooks for you. So on my homepage, a lot of information for you. I'm sure you do have to complete the exchange agreements, yes? So you're set up ahead of time. Let me just make sure. I'm pretty sure you do. Let me just do a quick check. All right, now I do want to go over the AI. I'm just waiting for an answer on that. I'm pretty sure you have to, but I'm just waiting for an answer on that. Yes, the answer is yes. Okay. Okay. By the way, you're talking about when you say the free trial, are you talking about the test drive? Because it's not, you're talking about, yeah, okay, it's not quite the free trial. It's $8.99. Okay. I mean, it's almost free. The almost free trial. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI now and what it is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those baseline strategies. So that's what happened once the market closed on Friday. AI went to work. And then these are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. Okay? Now here is my recommendation to how you watch them. I don't care so much about the individual strategies that make the cut. All I care about is what are the alerts that we're getting from them. So what I would do is from the toolbar, click on New and AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. If you do that, this is the window that you'll see. It'll say Strategy Trades All, and then you can actually take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every day. The alerts come in, it's a real-time alert. You have a stop price, and you just manage the trades. Now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So this is only available, this is what the Brokerage Plus window looks like. This is only available if you download the app, our app, okay? Application. It is not available if you're using the web-based version. Now, fingers crossed, pretty sure that you don't on your toolbar you don't see this yet, but I'm pretty sure it'll be released before for you guys for when you're doing the test drive. So if you want to click, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you would click on Live, and then you can use this to trade your Interactive Brokers account. I'm going to pop a video in here that explains exactly how you can do it. So you can do things like set up your one-click, what we call one-click trading. These are all different buying and shorting parameters that you can use. You know, you set it up yourself, of course. So you get an alert and you like what you see and you pick how you want to trade it. And all that is covered in the video. Now the other way to use it is as a simulator, paper trading module. So if you are new to trading, please, 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 before you commit your money to the market, practice trading. We have a great simulator here. It's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what broker you're using. Very simple to do. You just click on an alert and the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. And if you're buying it, then you click buy. Makes sense? And if you were shorting it, you would click sell. Most of you who are new will not be doing this, but certainly. So let's just take TCDA. And let's see, what's the spread? It's only 3 cents. It's not terrible. I'll take a couple of 100 shares, 300 shares. Let's take 300 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market. And it just shows up, okay? So I just bought it. 618. I'm going to put a stop in. Put a stop at about, now your stop should be, of course, you should know what your stop is ahead of time, but I'm just going to show you how you can add it. So it's going to show up right on the chart. Put a stop at around 605. I'm just showing you how you can do this. Add the stop, and you'll see that it'll show up right on the chart. So if the price goes down to 605, you'll be taken out for a $39 loss. I can put a target. And let's put 640. I'm just showing you how you can do it. So if it got up to 640, you'd be out for a $66 gain. If it got down to 605, you'd be out for a $39 loss. These lines are movable on the chart. Okay, you can move you can take this and you can move it up and down wherever you want. You know, and what I would be using it as, maybe as a trailing stop. You know, it starts to work well. You just start moving the line up to an area on the chart that if it took it out, you probably should be out of the trade. Same thing with the target. I mean, if it got close to 640 and it is still working well, no reason to get out. So you could just move the line where you want it. Of course, you don't have to use the chart. If I wanted to get into this trade right now, I would just, these are hotkeys, I would just click flatten. Or I could get it at half, or I could double my trade. Or I could pick how many shares I want to trade right there. I could trade, you know, I want to trade 100. I would sell if I want to trade at the market, or I could pick a price I want to get out at. So this is a great simulator. Again, it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter. In other words, can you sell half? No. I mean, you can use the hotkeys, of course. But if you put a stop loss here, if you're saying only sell half here at 45, no. Most of you, you know, I think that, I mean, you can manage the trades really easily here. So, I mean, again, as I was saying, you want to get a half your trade, or you just pick how many shares you want to get out at. Where I find this is going to be very helpful for a lot of new traders, not so much the target, but the stop. You know, the stop is something that if you're, first of all, if you're not understanding what I even mean by a stop, no, not every trade is going to work for you. You have to come to grips with that. And you have to have a place where you're going to get out of the trade, say, you know what, it didn't work, but I'm going to get out for a manageable loss. Now, if you have a hard time obeying your stops, you know, you start second guessing, you know, it starts getting close to the stop, you know, oh, maybe that was too tight, I should lower it. You know, this is really good because it takes the emotion out. You know, you get stopped out, and you move on. You can always get back into a trade if it starts to work again. Yeah, DGLY, I was noticing this one, GGLY, and it's right at the highs of 2 and 3 days ago. Next high's looking left. I don't think it really has that much room though. So it sounds like what you want to be doing is adding to a loser. The stop loss, by actually can you set a stop loss to a certain amount as part of the buy of a stock? You can do things like this. I mean, if I wanted to buy a stock on a pullback, I could place a conditional buy order. You know, let's just say for EQ, I thought, you know what, if it gets down to here, I want to buy the stock. So you can do things like that, place conditional buy orders. So let's just do it, okay? I'll place a conditional buy order right down there at 529 for EQ. A couple hundred shares. And what I'm going to do is, I think that's around 530, so I'm going to type 530 in here, both places. and I'm going to buy. So you see what happened? So right on the chart now, see that line, that blue line? So if it gets down to 530, it'll take the trade. I could also do a conditional buy order above the price. You know, if I thought, well, I'd really like to see it break out over a certain area, I could do the same thing. All I have to do is put the price in here a couple of times, click buy, and you would see that line up here. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know, Daddy. I have no, I don't even want to try to figure out when that's going to happen. No update. I'm not trying to be too dismissive, but I mean, look, we've been hearing about this for months. So when it happens, it happens. Okay, give me a moment here while I switch headsets. Just a second. All right, I'm back. Well, I mean, again, you can just you add the stop 25 cents below. So if I got into this one right there, like I did, so I took my trade, I can just, put my stop, add the stop order 25 cents below. You should really watch this video too, though. Okay, there are ways in which you can kind of automate everything you're talking about, and you should watch this video. Yeah, and the video, I mean, it's a 25-minute video. It is segmented, all right? But I really, really recommend, a lot of these questions because you may have other questions also. I think in the video, virtually everything is covered. For instance, you can do what you're talking about, setting up your buy, and with a stop in place, etc., sort of automating it. Now, the only thing I would say is that just by putting, to me, putting a stop 25 cents under is like, what is that based on? We always talk about putting stops based on something as opposed to, well, I'm risking 25 cents a trade or 10 cents a trade. It should be, in my opinion anyway, it should be based on a chart. Where is there some support? If it broke down through that, you'd want to be out of the trade. As opposed to just an arbitrary figure of 25 cents or a dime or whatever. My opinion, of course. Well, if it's a very whippy chart, then maybe that's your clue not to trade it. You know, if it's so whippy. KTB, what are you doing? Interesting. Let's see. The high looking left was $36 last week, so there's a bit to go. If it can take out, boy, if it can take out that $36, look at the room it's got on the weekly chart for KTB. It had earnings on the 29th, so earnings are past us. I guess that was it. Give me one moment, please. Okay, so again, a word about that AI trade that I took a couple of times, YALA, and again, why we sort of recommend that. Okay, if you're bound and determined that you want to auto trade stuff, maybe on the entries, okay, but I would absolutely be managing the exits. Because how in the world would you because the AI, so the AI alert was at 9:02. Now, right there. Now, it's possible, you probably couldn't got it right at 9:02. This is a real-time alert, but the stock was moving. And the AI got out of the trade at 9:27. Okay? Now, in my opinion, when a stock at 9:02 goes all the way up to 9:70 to get out at 9:27 is not good management. All right? So that's why we're saying, you should manage the exits. All right, so this market is starting to drift down a little bit, and it's interesting that the three high flyers, NIO, LI, or Li, LI, and not quite as much, and the XPEV, three China auto stocks. XPEV definitely. LI is showing a little more relative strength compared to the other two. Yeah, most of the action is before noon. Most of it. There are some alerts after noon, but most of the action is before noon for the AI. I'm actually surprised that there is as much activity as there is today. All right, guys. So I'm just kind of watching this demo or simulated trade for TCDA. Looks like it wants to start to move a little bit here, guys. Resting. I'd like to see some volume. What if we got a big volume bar like this right here? Start to pop it through for TCDA. So this one has earnings on the 5th, so it is coming up. Vista. You know what? Keep an eye on, well, let's see, what sort of resistance is there? CVA. CVA might have a little bit of room, guys. CVA, it's just hanging over the, 10 is a psychological number to get through. And it's just hanging over. Looking left on that weekly chart, it has a high of, what's that, 1041. It doesn't have a ton of room, but you can see going forward, if it could ever really break free of, say, get up to 11 at some point. I mean, then look at this void here. Yeah, just post it. Make sure it's a cloud link, okay, not the collaboration link. So right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, okay, and then Control V it in, paste it in, all right? Just one moment, please. And I also, if you were in the room on Friday, you know that I took my weak stocks down and strong stocks up, made a couple of little changes, and really interesting. I actually turned them into alert windows also. And so I'm looking here, for instance, Fetch as an example. I mean, I'm just, these are the recent ones. There was the alert for Fetch at $30.80, and it got up to 34. That's why I'm looking at the CVA. The alert is at 10. I'm just watching to see if it can really hold 10 and break out a bit. Looking at some of the other ones, seeing, using it as a watch list. And then the LL, the LL was at 25.84, so there's almost $1. Now, pulled back for sure. But, before the pullback, it got up to 26.30. So I'm really interested in this. I'm going to really monitor it this week, and if it keeps giving me good ideas, this might be something I'm going to be showing for the next 2 weeks during the test drive. 2 days does not make a winner yet, but so Lenny, the trade of the week, somebody asked in the YouTube feed what the trade of the week is. There is no trade of the week this week. The suggestion was to remain in cash, not the stock symbol, but to remain in cash, okay? Too much volatility in the market. Yeah, I converted it to an alert window, and with only the first alerts. In other words, on the view mode, don't repeat for the day. Remember, I was saying. Now you guys probably don't remember, but the topless window was working really, really well. But I was saying, oh, I wonder when the first time I saw that. So what I did was, so it's the topless window, created the alert window out of it, put the don't repeat on it. So now I can I can go back and see, well, where was the first alert? So the topless window, of course, will keep updating every 30 seconds, but I want to see when the first alert was. You well, do you know how? I'll force you to do it. Do you know how to create an alert window out of a topless window? Well, you obviously have the week stocks, right? You have these, right? You have them for what I posted. So just copy the link. Go to collaborate, copy it, start a new alert window. I want to, just so that you can do it on your own. You don't have to rely on me or anybody else. If you can't do it, I'll show you. All right, so this, how did the peanut allergy one do? Yeah, not so. This one's not too bad. The TCDA 597 and it's now 626, got up to 630, so that was pretty good. I use this as a watch list, all right? I mean, you don't have to take the trade right off the bat. Use it as a watch. Sometimes it'll set up later. For instance, the DBVT. Now, this looks like a pretty bad fade. But, at some point during the day, if it got back up to 258, I would have liked to seen it maybe base more around here and then pop. But this looks like it's going to fade pretty badly now. No, there's nothing that's going to show you how long to hold. I mean, we have a suggested stop, a swing exit. But look, all it is the 20-day low. There's nothing that's going to tell you how long. I mean, you have to be able to manage these trades. It's sort of like what I was saying with the YALA. I mean, you can't let a trade, go all the way up there and get out for only about a 18-cent gain when at one point on a $9 stock, you had about a 50 to 60-cent profit, things like that. So no. I mean, now we do have a swing channel. You can click on new channel bar and swing ideas. I believe there's something called swing ideas, but again, it's not going to tell you how long to hold. I mean, you have to be able to, when you look, for instance, some of you, if you're new, wondering, well, why do I have these higher time frames? Because I am typically, an intraday trader. But what I'm always looking at is why I have these daily, monthly, and weekly charts up all the time. Is because with my trading style, the stock has hit a high of the day or a low of the day. So I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance. So that's why I'm always looking left. Well, how much more room does it have? Okay, where could it keep going? Okay, so I mean, if I'm in this TCDA, I mean, I'm looking left, and the next high is 845. Now, am I saying it's going to get there? Of course not. I have no idea what it's going to do from here, but it is definitely in pretty good recovery mode from the devastation it had on Thursday. So I mean, if I were in this one, I mean, I'd be very obviously really, really wary of knowing exactly where that was. So the bottom line is no, there's nothing that's going to tell you how long you're supposed to hold it. Well, when you say do you guys, I mean, we have VWAP here. So, I mean, I'm aware of it. I'm aware of the 200-day moving average. And I'm aware of the VWAP. Do I have I'm sure there are people in the room that have a VWAP strategy as such. I don't, but yes, let me just make sure I've got Windows pinned. Just give me a moment. All right, well, let me just do a save here. All right, so let's just see. So it's an expensive one, but you can see what it's looking at. I mean, it had, it's looking, is it starting to rebound? Now, first of all, I wouldn't be swinging anything this week, okay? But I mean, but typically, this is kind of the things that I can see why it's on as a swing idea. But it is an energy play too. So I mean, you have to be. To me, those are the things that I'd be looking at if I were looking to swing anything. What sector is it in? I mean, the energy sector's been really beaten up. Yeah, maybe it's having a little rebound today, but. Just stuff like, there's XOM, another one. You can kind of see what they're looking at. I mean, they're not all going to, this one, I wouldn't call this a great swing idea. But anyway, that's, you just have to examine each chart on its own. I have something called the trend trade reversals. All right, that might, let's take a look at what it looks like. It is one of the scans that I'm sharing, so let me show you how. So if I click on, let me go to scans, or links, I guess, and I click on my home page, and then I click on scans that I'm sharing, and one of them is the trend reversal up. So I'm going to click on it, and you'll notice that it shows up here, new tab. All I have to do then is highlight it, copy it. So I've copied the link. And then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. Notice how the link is in here now. Now, if for some reason it's not, you would just paste it in, Control V it in. But I'll load it. Trend reversal up. So what does this look like? So you can see these are stocks that have been typically beaten up and made. Now they're not all going to be great, but there's stocks that have been beaten up that might be trying to come back. There's TAP. All of a sudden one might just stick, the idea is just to kind of go through them, and you might see something that, oh man, it's taken on an area and then there's a nice big void that it could go to. Like the Digital Ally as an example. Could it keep going to here? Maybe. Schlumberger, again, off the bottoms. These resistance areas are around 20. This is another one. If Geo gets going, probably not a lot of room, but you can kind of see what's happening. Stocks that have been kind of beaten up and maybe starting to come back. But it's a matter of, going through them and just seeing what sort of looks do they have on the higher time frames. The ATI, you can just see, if it can ever get out of this, look at all the room it's got. All right, Kaiser. See, isn't that more satisfying than my showing you how to do it? However, I do have somebody in the YouTube feed who wants to know how to, and that's all I'm going to show. So first of all, Angel, you can hear me and you can see what I'm going to do before I start. I'm just waiting for an answer. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. I think there's a bit of a delay on answering. So I'm just waiting, Angel, for you to say yes, that you can see me or see my screen. Okay, and you can see my screen. Okay. So this is what you do. So this was the question. How do you take an alert? How do you take a top list window and turn it into an alert window? And the reverse is the same. So for instance, I had this weak stocks down. This is what I was created on Friday, I think. Added some. We do have one of the things in here is the week, or one of the scans I'm sharing is the weak stocks down, but I added a couple of filters. Anyway, watch what I do. So I want to turn this now into an alert window. So really, what we're doing is, you see, here are the filters. So instead of my having to, from scratch, obviously I could start a new alert window and put these filters in, but here's a quick way to do it. So right click, collaborate, copy. All right. Right click, collaborate, copy. I'm going to copy. Now, go to new alert window. Now I'm going to start from scratch. Don't want anything in there. Load the settings. Okay. Now I'm going to say okay. Now here's where it gets maybe a little confusing. I'm going to say okay. Now here it says, hey, you've selected no alerts. Do you want to return? I'm going to say no to the config. I want to say no. Okay. Now, so this is an alert window with nothing in it. I know there's some, but there's nothing in this. Now I'm going to right click, collaborate, paste. All right. Now take a look at the filters that are here. See, same filters that were in the top list. Now the only thing I have to do now is never mind what the heartbeat means, okay? Because this is weak stocks down, what I wanted to do, was I want to see when it makes a new low. Okay, done. So I took that weak stocks down and I've turned it into an alert window. Sorry, that was weak stocks down. That's the alert version. So I took this, weak stocks down. So you see how 10 is here? Second, please. So was that clear enough? Anybody who's looking, and you can do exactly the reverse. You want to take an alert window and turn it into a topless window, you just reverse it. Right click, collaborate, copy, and then so once you've copied it, then you just click on new topless window. You just reverse. All right, now watch this. Okay, guys, remember I put well, I was too slow. So you see, it took me out of the TCDA at 640 because that's where I put my exit price. Of course, would I have allowed that to happen if I'm really watching? Of course not. Why would I get out of a trade that's working well? So what I would have done, if I'm really watching, I would have taken that line right there at 40 and I would have moved it higher. No reason to get out of a trade that's working well. Guys, I'm really, really, we go through these things. We create a scan. I don't backtest these. These are not backtested, okay? It's not that, every alert you're going to get is going to be awesome. But, the only thing I did to maybe make this just a little stronger is also down from the open. I added that. It's such a simple thing to do. And also making sure the stock is near the low of the day, within 10% of the low of the day. Okay? Stuff like that. So, and this is just the other way. This is stocks that are in theory strong. Yeah, there's the CVA. We talked about the CVA. It did dip down below 10. Now it looks like it wants to have a bit of a run in it. Look at TCDA go, guys. Now look at it go. This could be really, really, even this tomorrow. It seems to want to fill this. Almost to the point that, this maybe was just a tremendous overreaction to the news. And if you're going to ask me what the news is, I can't remember exactly what it is, but obviously it's a bio, so it had some bad news. Can't remember exactly what it was. So from 597 on my watch list alert to 653. Yeah, as I kind of thought. I don't use a lot of indicators. Somebody asked me about VWAP and all, but that 200-day moving average, look where it got to, guys. Almost to the penny. It did pop through it in the pre-market a little bit, but look where it got to. What's the high right there? 174. What's the high right there? 173. Look at the 200-day. It's if there's one indicator that I think universally everybody should watch, It's the 200-day moving average. Simple SMA. Oh, now you're short. I thought you were long. Why do I why do I like it? Are you talking about the 200-day moving? Because it's probably the, even for somebody like myself, probably somebody like myself, it doesn't use a lot of indicators. It's the one that is universally followed. Really? Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. Even adjusting for daylight. Oh well, maybe you're right. Ah, let me check. Where is it? Gotta find it. Well, not mine. Not mine. I didn't see how that would be possible because it's just the same as the 180 minutes after the open. So I don't know what you're using. 100% the 200-day moving average. If I could only have one, it'd be the 200-day moving average. PARR, PARR on the move here. Well, if you're talking, I thought you were talking like technical indicators. Guys, Twitter is still weak. Look at this. Twitter is still weak after their earnings, such as they were on Friday. Now, I know they released, somebody's going to say, no, they released on Thursday, but it was after hours Thursday, so the big market reaction. Yes, it had it had an after hours mark, and then look at this, it continued down once the market opened. So here is where, Twitter should, in theory, have some support around 38.61. Look at the daily chart. All this activity right here. So about $1 away, maybe. Yeah, SRRK. Very nice. I mean, it's very, the fact that it held that $39 financing. Another one that is sinking after earnings is Blue Apron. Apron is not recovering at all. Here's the low. I mean, if this takes out, there's the low on Friday, 414. I mean, if it breaks down through 4, I mean, you look at the weekly chart, monthly chart, and, 268 or so. So, I mean, it still has room. Yeah, this CVA is interesting. Covanta. So they had their earnings, but listen, if it can somehow, not today, I doubt very much it'll do it today, but you can, you're talking about swing trades. I mean, you can see that if it could ever take out 11, then you look left. I mean, it has room all the way up to 16. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a price alert right up here. Right at 1091, which is the high. All right. Those two highs of the weekly. I doubt it's going to do it today. It may never do it. But if it ever did, if it does in the next little while, I mean, look at the room it's got. FTCH. Yeah, right there. That one right there. Yep. I mean, it is totally engulfed by the previous green candle. So it would have. So the next candle did get the 3310, which is the high of that candle. So yes, I mean, and it's not that far away from it. So I mean, this could still have a run in it. Well, Digital Ally is on the move here. So again, look, there's the next high looking left. That's what that red bar is right on the chart. You'll only see it if you click on the alert. When it happens, then it'll produce this red bar. And just all it is looking. Now listen, SUP has come right back. And it may this time take out that 200-day moving average. But I mean, look at the chart here. I mean, what I see is probably a lot of resistance from here to 2. Now, if it could ever take out 2 and then look left, I mean, this could have a run. So this could, in theory, if it closes well today, this could be one of those second day, third day continuations off earnings. All right, so I'm just sticking alert there. Okay, I'm just looking at some of the AI alerts. All right, 11:36. Give me about 4 or 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. I think today is Sean in the YouTube feed. No, Mason. So no, there is another little more interaction among traders and all. I'll give you the link for it. Not a little more. There's a lot more activity. YouTube feed is fine. If you just care about listening to me and wanting to see my screen, you don't care too much about interactivity among other traders, YouTube feed is fine. But what you're missing out on is this, where you have a lot more traders in the room and a lot more posting of ideas. You can set a price alert, yes. Well, you're already in this room, so you don't have to go to the YouTube feed. This is where you want to be, Nostradamus. So yeah, well, that's the whole idea. You could just go right to the chart. That's where you set your price alerts, BJK. Okay. So if I wanted to set a, okay, so I want to set a price alert for CVA. So I just go to the chart, go anywhere, pick a time frame, doesn't really matter. If I wanted to set a price alert for whatever reason at 10:33, see how I'm moving it up? And I would just right click, create price alert. Here's the box that shows up. Now you can put a note in if you want. Typically I don't do anything, I just save and that's it. So you see that there's a blue line now right here. And so if the price goes up to 10:30, that blue line will turn green. And where you follow your price alerts is from your price alerts window. So from the toolbar, click on new and then price alerts window. And then this is the window that you see. Notice the CVA is right at the bottom here. So if it hits 10:33, what'll happen is it'll trigger, it'll go right to the top because I have sorted on the triggered column. So I'll see it right at the top. It'll actually change colors and fade. It'll start sort of a yellow and fade. The other thing that I do is I put a sound alert on it, right click, actions, and just follow this. And then I minimize it. So when I minimize this window, when I do get a price alert, it'll pop up on my screen. I cannot miss it. And with any luck, CVA will hit 10:30 and you'll see it pop right up on the screen. KE. Actually, so tomorrow it is an earnings play after hours. Let's see. Do I see KE? No. Now, there could be some reasons for it, though the relative volume should have been fine. No. I mean, I could easily create a scan that would pick up KE, but, with the filters that I have in place, KE did not come. Now, you might say, well, why not relax your filters? Because then, yeah, I might get the KE, but then I might get a lot of other ones that I don't want to see. But it is interesting because certainly the relative volume is strong enough. Yeah, CVA has quietly, as you say, off that 10 break, up to 10:30. It's not really though. Not really that low volume. I mean, it's 500,000 shares, and the low float is low. There's just going to be another reason why I didn't pick it up. It's not that low volume. I mean, most of my volume minimums are things. Okay, I can see why right now. You see, when it was doing this, the volume was more than likely under. See, I was surprised it wasn't showing up in my strong stocks up alert. Okay, but I can tell you probably the reason is that when it was doing this, the volume wasn't 400,000. It is now, but since then it is added. It's because I do have a minimum volume 400,000. So more than likely when it was doing this, the volume wasn't 400. I'm not on mute. I shouldn't be on mute. You guys can hear me, right? Yeah. Didn't you asked on Friday? Didn't you? Didn't I give it to you? There is no trade of the week this week, by the way, Laura. As I really thought there'd be no trade of the week. The suggestion was to stay in cash. So there is no trade of the week this week. I actually did post that though on my Twitter account. Yeah, there's always a reason. It's interesting, Stock Geek, though. I mean, because when I saw it, I said, well, why didn't it? But there's always going to be a reason. Not within trade ideas, no. I think we're going to add, or we're looking to add a tab like that, an analyst tab, but we don't have it now. But not within trade ideas right now, no. But I'm pretty sure. In fact, there is a development meeting that I attend, a monthly one. Let me just see, because I know it's been brought up before. I know I said I'd be taking off, but I guess I'll hang around until my break time. Actually, there's a couple of things I got to do. So let me. I'll be back at 11:30 or 11:50. Sorry, 11:30. All right, guys, I'm back. Methinks that Real has analyzed his. I haven't had a chance to. Meanwhile, the Apple sewers are getting into the sewer here. Look at this VHC. I mean, you look at the press release today, guys. You would thought, my goodness, this stock is going to be $100. All right. Well, thank you for that, Real. It saves me from having to look at it. Not that I mind looking at it, but I just don't have time right now. Kaiser, are you there? That's what I thought, Mr. Chicago Sean. I actually now know the lineup. So guys, I am going to put the YouTube link in here. If you do want to go to the YouTube feed while I'm on break, I take a half-hour break between about 12 and 12:30. And then Sean will be in the YouTube feed for between 12 and 1. Okay, so if you did want to head over there while I am on break, here is the link. Boy, SRRK, what a man. I mentioned this one right in the morning saying keep an eye on this as well as it keeps holding that 39 financing. It's actually been, to be honest, I mean, it is really been trading pretty steadily. In other words, not too much froth up and down. You've got a pretty nice base there, little pullback there, but, not wild swings. All right, as I said, guys, the AI can be a watch list. So, I mean, you just keep an eye on the YALA, YALA. I mean, it could be setting up again. You're right. This is, I usually shy away from this one because it rarely does this. What it does is this and then boom. So, unfortunately, we all know why this is probably ripping here, but no, I don't. Specific one, no. I don't care. I don't care. I just wait for the alerts to happen. I don't care from what strategy it's coming from or what version of Holly. I really don't care. The only thing I do like to do is follow the ones under $20. That's about that. But that could come from any strategy. So Guys, CVA. Now, if you're in this one, just be aware of this level right there on the weekly chart, which is, what did I say, 1041. So we're getting close. And we're also getting close to that trigger. In fact, if I move it, I think... There we go. See, this is what I was saying. So you see how this popped up on my screen? It's right at the top. So can't miss it. Yellow, fading. And also a sound alert. All right. Now, why I put a sound alert on it is because, you know, if I wander away from my computer, I still have my headset on, or some way that I know that I'm getting alerts. So if I hear that alert, I can come racing back to see what the price alert was. But you cannot miss it. And one of the nice things about minimizing it is you don't have to be staring at this price alert window all the time. Just wait for the alerts to happen. So if screen space is a problem, you just minimize it, and then it'll pop up. Ooh, I was looking to short this one earlier, ANPC, and now it is starting to drop. Sugar, I missed the, I forgot to put a price alert. This is the one that was early on. I mean, it looked like it was going to rip. I mean, it got as high as $5, $5.10 or so. Some kind of a virus play in China, but it is just fading now. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement here. I'm just waiting for Sean to show up in the YouTube feed. So I'm going to put my announcement. Because we're going fuchsia today. All right, so back around 12:30, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up, and then I'll be taking my break. Exciting morning. I did not think it would be this exciting, to be honest, because I thought market would just be kind of in really, really hold mode. Well, it is kind of hold mode. I mean, look at the SPY. We did have the gap up. We did have the gap up to begin the day, right there, and we pulled up. But I mean, we're sort of just chopping around a little bit. I wouldn't even call this chop. We did have a little run here. Yeah, I mean, if this sup, I mean, hey, listen, I mean, the sup might, if it takes out two, no, okay, but it's still hanging around that 200-day. I mean, yes, it did. Remember, as Real always says, this is an area. It's not, I mean, we see many, many times, where it stops right at the penny, but it's an area, okay? So it really hasn't broken free. But look, I've got my alert set up here around 213. If it ever took that out, maybe tomorrow, second day continuation off earnings. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, this does not trade very much. So it'll for sure trade the, it will trade the float today, 23 million. It's already traded 15 million. Ah, there we go. Okay, Sean, I will stop my stream and take it away, my friend.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Barry, for the great work you do every day in the trading room. This is Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Welcome to the Monday session of the Trade Ideas Daily Live Q&A. We do these every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. I know we got a bunch of you who are have just recently signed up for our upcoming test drive that starts a week from today. Good on you for being here and getting a head start, asking questions, seeing what can be done with the platform. It will pay dividends when you get ready to roll next week. So, with that preamble out of the way, this is an open forum. There is no prepared remarks that I have for you, no curriculum that I plan to cover. This entire hour will be driven by you, the listeners, the readers, the watchers. Whatever questions you have about the platform, please type them into the questions panel there in your YouTube screen, and I will see them and I will do my best to answer them. As I say every week, I know enough to be dangerous on the platform, but I don't know the answer to everything. So if there's something I don't know the answer to, I'm very capable of getting you into the right hands and pointing you in the right direction to get those questions answered. So everybody ready to go all in for the ahead of the election tomorrow? Whether you're bullish or bearish, you ready to make a big bet? Who's ready? I know I'm not. I'm keeping it close to the vest, not putting any new directional trades on. At least not planning to until at least Wednesday, at the earliest. Who knows what's going to happen? Look, the market caught me flat-footed last week. I thought last week would be a big sideways week. Wasn't expecting a whole lot of anything as people just kind of hang tight to get through this election cycle. But boy, we had some fireworks last week, huh? And those fireworks continued, starting with Friday's close and then continuing on today. I mean, wow, what a big move off those Friday lows. Let's pull up a SPY chart here. Friday, here's my daily chart here. If I zoom in a little, midday on Friday, this is Friday right here, this red candle. Things were looking pretty bleak at those lows, and then, woo, did we have a strong rally off the lows and then continuing today. Pretty impressive, I have to say. Didn't expect that. Didn't expect any of this actually last week. Like I said, I thought we'd go sideways, but look, that won't be the first time I've been wrong. Okay, Josh. Hi, Josh. You'd like to know, how can I create a watch list that notifies me of specific changes? Well, Josh, that sounds like a loaded question. A top list won't notify you of changes. What a top list does is a top list will refresh every 30 seconds and deliver to you in the window all stocks that meet whatever parameters or whatever filters you have set. Now, if a new stock pops in at the next refresh, you're not going to get an alert for that. It's just going to show you all the stocks that right now satisfy your filters. If you're looking for alerts, if you want a notification, then what you need is an alert window. An alert window has a timestamp associated with it. Like, see, I've got an alert window right here. Oops, didn't mean to blow that up. I've got an alert window right here. You can see the timestamps here in the first column. At exactly that time, I got this alert that this contract made a new 30-minute high, right? That's an alert. I can set an audio alert. I can have a little bell go off on my computer to see that. But if that's what you're talking about, then you'll need an alert window. And I'm happy to just walk you guys through how to build a basic alert window. In fact, why don't we just do that while we wait for more questions? So this could be instructive to everybody. If you want to build a new alert window, let's create a real basic one. Let's say you want to be alerted anytime a stock makes a new intraday high, because you're an intraday day trader. You like to buy momentum. So let's buy stocks that are breaking out to intraday highs. So to do that, in my TI menu bar up here, I go to new and I launch alert window. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to hit start from scratch. So I have a clean slate. And then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to sorry, tongue-tied there. You're going to go to the search tab. This is where all the magic happens. Now, if I scroll through here, you'll see every single alert and filter available within Trade Ideas. There are hundreds of them. We don't expect you to slide through here hunting and pecking for the particular things you need. That would be incredibly frustrating. What you really want to do is use the search terms box and type in some keywords. So remember we said we wanted to build an alert window looking for stocks making new intraday highs. So let's type in the keywords new high. There we go. Here are all the alerts related to new highs. Let's just choose the basic one, new high, hit add alert. And that brings me over to the next tab here in my window. I went from search to the select alerts. I'm going to place a check next to the new high alert there. I'm going to hit hide unused to get rid of things I'm not using. So right now I've got a new high alert activated. Now this box right here is where you qualify the type of new high you want. If I put a 50 in that box, then I'm going to get alerted whenever a stock makes a new 50-day high. I know it's days because it says days right here next to the box. But if I leave this empty, then it's going to default to an intraday high. All right, so I got the high I want. Now, if I don't add any filters to this, then on a day like today, when the averages are up and they might be moving up higher later, if all you have is just a new high alert, intraday high alert with no filters, you're going to be getting, this window is going to be running 100 miles an hour, right? You're going to be getting alerted on every stock making intraday highs. It's going to be overwhelming. You don't want an alert window that's sending you 500 alerts every 20 minutes. I mean, it's just untenable. You can't trade all that. So you need to add some filters to kind of, winnow down the universe into a more manageable list. So let's go back to the search tab and let's start adding some filters. So let's choose some basic ones. Price. I don't know about you guys. I don't like to trade penny stocks, so I'm going to set a minimum price of $10 a share. And maybe I don't want to trade anything more than $100 a share. So I could set those mins and maxes. So the first thing we've done here, we hit hide unused, so we're just looking at the price. The first thing I've done here is I've already whittled out, all stocks below $10 and all stocks above 100. So that's going to cull the list down quite a bit. Now let's add some more filters. To do that, I just go back to the search tab and type in some more keywords. Let's type in volume. Okay, we've got a number of volume alerts and filters. I'm going to scroll down to right here, this average daily volume. 3M stands for 3 months. So the average daily volume over the last 3 months. If I highlight this and click add filter, it's going to bring me over to the window specific filters tab. And here I could set a minimum. For me personally, I like stocks to trade on average more than 500,000 shares a day. That seems like enough. It seems like enough liquidity for me, so I'm not going to get stuck in any position that's not going my way. So there we go. Average daily volume, 500,000 shares. Now let's go back to the search tab. I'm going to add one more volume-related filter. I just leave volume in there, and I could see it right down here. Relative volume. Here's another filter I like to add. Now, you might be looking at this relative volume filter and wondering, what the heck does that do? What does it mean? What does it calculate? What are the inputs? What are the outputs? You might have all kinds of questions about a filter that you see in here. Well, I got good news for you. Whenever you find yourself in a situation like that, just highlight the window right there, or highlight the filter, and then click this help button that's hiding right here in plain sight. If you click this help button, it's going to launch your web browser, and it's going to fully load. Once it fully loads, it takes a minute because there's a lot of data here. Once it fully loads, the filter you were looking for will be right up here at the top, relative volume. And look at this. You'll see a very robust definition of what that filter is doing. So I strongly encourage you to make use of this help button whenever you're stuck not knowing what a filter does or how it's calculated. So I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. Relative volume, just basically, I'm going to add this. It tells me that it shows me how a stock's volume currently is trading in relation to its average. So it's a ratio score. If I put a 3 as a minimum, then what this is going to filter out, it's only going to show me stocks that are trading at least, that are currently on pace to trade at least 3 times their average daily volume. I like that. I like to go where the action is. To me, that's action. So there we go. Now, I can continue adding more and more filters here. And the more filters I add, the stricter the parameters become, and the fewer alerts I'm likely to receive. And that is a very good thing, guys. For me, the perfect alert window is one that only gives me 5 alerts a day. right? Because then I know that those 5 alerts out of 8,000 tradable securities in the United States and Canada, those 5 alerts are very meaningful to me, right? They meet all my parameters. They've hit my trigger, and I could just focus on executing a trade in that window. That's what I like. So you could add, as many filters as you want, but we'll stop here. I think you guys get the idea. You could always go back to the search tab and find more filters and alerts to add. Just type in the keywords here, SMA, moving average, example. The last tabs here, I'll just rip through these real quick. The exchanges always default to the big ones, the New York, and then NASDAQ, American Stock Exchange. You can add pink sheet stocks and bulletin board stocks and the BATS exchange and the small exchange and the Canadian exchanges if you want. But I just stick with the big 4 there. Symbol lists, you can actually have these alert windows only scan against stocks on a custom list that you've created. But it'll default to all symbols, which is what I'm going to leave it at. Columns is where you set up what your window will look like once you've launched it. I'm going to add a couple of these things from the right. Hit this left arrow to bring them over. Now they're over here. So these are the columns that will appear in my window once I launch it. You could add more data if you want. Then the summary tab, I'll just name this window. We'll just call this new intraday high. And this is just a little place to review. You got a high alert, and these are the filters that you have in place. Assuming you're good with that, you hit OK. And look at that. The new alert window will launch on your screen. Here it is. And this is a real-time window. So the last alert that came through is USFD. Sure enough, if you look at this 5-minute chart on USFD, yes, we did just print a new intraday high. Seems to be working. All right, I kind of ripped through that. But Josh, I hope that helped you with your question. If you have any follow-ups, go ahead and throw them in there. Happy to help. Okay, Tony. Hi, Sean. How do you set up Brokerage Plus to buy position size as they are all different amounts on yours? Okay, so I think what you're talking about here is you're looking at my Brokerage Plus window, and you could see that I've got my position sizes. I got 78 shares, 149 shares, 46, 118, et cetera, et cetera. So good question, Tony. And Tony hits upon something that I use in sizing my positions is that I want to keep the risk the same across every position that I put on. So for me, whenever I put on a new position, I only want to risk $200 of my capital. Okay? It doesn't matter how much money I have in my account. I don't want to risk more than $200 per trade. That's what I've got set up here. And Brokerage Plus can make that super, super easy for you. So if I go to my strategies tab here in Brokerage Plus, these are the strategies I have. I've got a swing trade buys and swing trade shorts. So the swing trade buys are the strategy that I used to enter those trades that I'm in. So if I right click on this strategy and choose edit trading strategy, we can get into how I size my position. So there's a number of tabs here across the top. We're going to zero in right here on the risk management tab. Actually, risk management tab. We're going to start here first. So this strategy is set up so that anytime I enter a position, it's going to set my stop loss at 5% away from my entry price. So stop loss, I have it set to percent. You could have it set to, a certain fixed dollars. You could have it set to a certain filter, which is a little more advanced. That's even above my head. I just like to use a simple percent because I'm doing swing trades. I'm hoping to hold these trades for several days or several weeks. So a nice blunt instrument for me to use is just set a stop loss of 5% away. So that means if I'm buying a stock at $100 a share, my stop loss will be at 95, right? Because 95 is 5% away from $100 a share. So that's the first step, okay? You don't have to set this at 5. You can set this at 2 or 1 or whatever you want. But for me, 5 is my comfort level. That's step 1. Now, after that is decided, then I go back a tab here to the order details tab. And here is where I set my position sizing. So as you can see, I have it based on stop loss. You have a number of options here. Let's go through the other options first. So fixed dollars. If I wanted to, or let me start that over. You can size your position such that you invest the same amount of capital per trade. So you might say, I'm totally comfortable risking or investing 10,000 shares. I'm sorry, $10,000 per trade. And so the system will basically figure out how many shares $10,000 buys. However many shares that is, it'll buy it. And it'll roughly cost you $10,000, hopefully just a smidge less, right? So you could do a fixed dollars. People do that. I don't, but you're more than welcome to do that. Fixed shares is pretty self-explanatory. You might be somebody who wants to do 500 shares at a clip. Every trade you take on, you don't care what trade it is or how expensive the stock is, you want to buy 500 shares. That's your comfort level. And look, I can relate to that. When I started trading in 1998, I was what was commonly referred to as a SOS trader, the small order execution system, which required us to trade in 1,000 share blocks. Times have changed, but back then we always traded in 1,000 share blocks. Whether we were buying a $50 stock or a $10 stock, we were buying 1,000 shares at a clip every time. So if you're one of those people that likes to do that, you can set that level. You can make it 100 shares if you want, whatever you want. What I use is the based on stop loss, because what I do, or how this works, is this sets my risk equal in every trade. So based on stop loss, if I put 200 here, which is what I have done, what that means is this is going to size my position such that if I go to the risk management tab again, if my 5% away stop loss gets hit on my position, then I will lose no more than $200. Okay, because I'll kind of reverse the math for you. And for some of you guys, this will be elementary. And for others, this might be revelatory or a new revelation. Boy, I'm having a hard time with my tongue today. So basically it says, all right, if you're willing to risk $200 of your capital, and let's say based on this 5% away calculation, so let's use the $100 stock again. So if it's a $100 stock, this means that my stop loss will be at 95. So that's $5 away, right? 100 minus 95 is $5. So the stock position that I'm getting into has a stop loss. It's $5 away. If I'm willing to risk $200 of my capital, what I need to do then is divide 200 by 5, which is $5, which is the distance of the stop loss away. Divide 200 by 5. What does that equal? It equals 40. 40 is the number of shares I will buy in this position because, again, if I lose $5 per share on 40 shares, that equals $200, and that's my comfort level. So, going back to you, Tony, when we look at my positions, I mean, these all have various open P&Ls right now, but every single one of these 5 positions, when I put the trade on, I was risking no more than $200 per trade. Okay? Now, this ramp, I'm up $1,200. Pretty nice, right? I'm up 6-1 on my risk. I risked $200. I'm currently sitting in an open P&L of $1,200. Very nice, right? That's what you do with swing trading. That's what you want. You want those occasional big winners to make up for all the small losers. Tony, I hope that made sense to you and to everyone else. If you need me to further elaborate on that, happy to do so. Nick, save the cheerleader, save the world. Oh man, I remember that TV show. What was that TV show called? Heroes? That was a good. I watched the first couple seasons. I think it went on for a while, but I watched the first couple seasons. I liked it. Is there, okay, Cole, I see your question. Is there a scan or setup you have to show stocks that had their first green day? I assume that you're talking about an IPO, stock that recently started trading, and you want to know when it's up, when it has its first positive day. We don't have any out-of-box solution for that. I mean, it's kind of a limited use case, but there is a way you could find that. Let's go to this alert window that we had created before. Open up my configure here. What you can do, and there's probably a number of ways to scratch this itch, but one thing you might want to use is the position in range filter. Position. Let's just do this. Pause in range. There we go. So if you use this, you could do a position in lifetime range. So this will definitely work. Position in lifetime range filter. And you add this filter and you set the minimum to 100. This will show you a stock that is currently trading above its highest price of its lifetime. Okay, so for an IPO, certainly, if today it's trading at its highest price it has traded since its IPO, then that certainly means it's a green day, right? So you might want to play around with this position in lifetime range and set the minimum to 100. I think that'll help. All right, Tony, glad you were satisfied there. Excellent. MB wants to know, is there a particular channel for swing trading? Yes, we do have a channel for swing trading. Let's close this out. If you go in your channel bar here and you scroll down, there's a Swing Ideas channel. Let me find it. There it is, Swing Ideas. This might be a good place to find some stocks or setting up for some good swing trades. But you know what I'm going to do for you guys is I'm going to share a link here in the questions panel. Let me find it real quick. Give me one sec. Where is it? I'm sure I'm staring at it. There it is. Okay, copy. Okay, swing trading using Holly AI. So I just shared a link in the questions panel there for you guys. It's how I use Holly to help me generate swing trade ideas. In fact, every open position you see here in my Brokerage Plus right here, all 5 of these stocks, these were all past Holly entries, Holly AI, and that's where I got them from. And that blog post I just shared the link to in there explains exactly how I do that. In fact, I even did a podcast about it too. You want that? Let me find that. I just recently recorded a podcast a couple weeks ago that where I talk about it, so it's a little bit more updated, a little bit more fresh. Let me find that link for you. Share. Okay. Podcast on swing trading. It's a short little thing. I think it's only like 10 minutes long. No big deal. But you might find that useful. If you're bored and you just can't get enough of my voice, that's the place to go. Okay, Esther, I see your question. Can I see Holly's previous trades? Yes, you can. You can see history in for Holly. Let's go to one of the Holly channels. Let's just pull up the Holly AI channel, the original, the OG, as we like to call it. So if you want to see the past history of all Holly trades, what you do is you go into the closed trades tab. You could do it also in the open trades tab, but it makes more sense to go in the closed trades tab. And anywhere in this window, just right click, go to history, and choose either the previous trading day, if you want to see all the trades that happened yesterday. In fact, if I click that, you'll see these are all the trades that she did on Friday. Okay, you can see the history dates timestamp right up there, 10/29. Or let's do history again. So right click again, go to history, and you could choose a certain time frame. Now, I should say this, the most we go out is 65 days. So you can go 65 days out and see all trades that Holly AI has done in this channel for the past 65 days. Okay, so if I hit OK, this thing's going to load up. It's probably going to take a minute or two, but you can see every single trade she got into over the last 65 trading days, all right here. Okay, Esther, I hope that was clear. So again, on any AI channel, go to a strategy trades window like this one and just right click in the window and choose history and find the relevant history window that you want. Okay? Hope that made sense. Okay, Kisha, sorry, I dodged your question there by accident, didn't mean to. You had a question there. Can you create a good RSI divergence scanner with trade ideas? I'm going to say yes, you can. But I'm not sure how you would do it. I don't use RSI divergence a whole lot, but let's do this. Let's build a top list window. Let's go to the search tab. Let's type in RSI. And you can see all the available filters that we have related to RSI. I'm not an RSI expert. I don't use it. It's not something that factors into the way I trade. But these are all the RSI filters that you have available to use. And if you want, clues on how to use any of them, just right click and hit help like I showed earlier. Let me see if we have alerts related to RSI. I'm not sure. Let me open up an alert window and go to search and type in RSI. Okay, yeah, no alerts related to RSI, only filters. So Kishia, hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Go into your top list config window, go to search, type in RSI like I've done here, and you've got all the available RSI filters that we have. And hopefully one of these will work for what you're trying to get them to do. MB, do I have a personal channel named after me like Barry? No, I don't. I'm not that popular. I do have my own custom layout. You can see up here in the channel bar, right there at the top, my layout. This is just a layout that I've created that I keep open throughout the trading day. This is what I use to track the things that are important to me. But no, I don't have a personal layout like Barry. I'm not as cool as Barry. So, all right, we're off to a good start here. We had a bunch of good questions. We wanted to remind the people who joined late. I see that there's about 10 of you who have joined since I first started talking. This is a open Q&A format here. So if you have any questions that you need help with regarding this, the software, setting things up, how to use certain windows or features, go ahead and throw them in there. There are no stupid questions. I promise you, if it's something you need help with, there's probably someone else on this call who could benefit from that answer. So throw it at me, whatever you got. Meanwhile, I got some music playing in the background. We'll keep that going. Little Dead and Company for those of you who are into that kind of thing. It's okay if you're not. Cole, will you hold any stocks overnight tomorrow? Good question. I do have a bunch of open positions, not just in stocks. You see these. Well, first of all, let me dial it back here, folks. These 5 stock positions you see here, these are not real positions. These are simulated. I'm in my trading simulator. Okay, I do not actually own these positions, live positions in my live trading account. So really, what I do here is irrelevant. But I'm not planning on doing anything with these positions. I've got my stop losses in place, and they'll let them do whatever happens. But again, simulated trading, so who cares, right? I do have open positions, Cole, in my trading account, options positions. I'm primarily an options trader, full disclosure for those of you who don't know me. While I have traded stocks, and I do trade stocks from time to time, and I used to be a very active day trader many years ago, my primary focus these days is on options trading. And so I've got a bunch of options positions on at the moment, but every single one of them have defined risk. They're either spreads or long call positions. I've accepted the risks up front, so I already know my worst case scenario if they don't work out. And so I'll be riding them through the storm. Win or lose, I'll be riding them through the storm. But these are positions I had put on, months ago, some maybe weeks ago. They definitely weren't election plays. They weren't put on with the intention of, capitalizing on any directional move coming out of the election. But I'm hoping that the merits of the positions will keep me in them. So I will be riding it. And yeah, I do have it's another strategy where I trade options in the S&P 500. And I got positions on, and I'll be holding them through the thing. It'll be white knuckle time for sure, no doubt about it. But I think I've got my risks managed pretty well. So yeah. But for those of you thinking about being heroes here in the next 48 hours of trading, I'm definitely not putting any new positions on between now and Wednesday. I might put some trades on Wednesday afternoon after things shake out a little bit, but no, I'm not putting any new trades on today or tomorrow. That's for damn sure. Tony, be more specific. You say you have set that up. What is that? You've set that up, but how do you trade with it? Are you talking about our Brokerage Plus window? You talking about trading the AI within Brokerage Plus? You talking about trading your own strategy? Just be a little bit more specific so I can get you a better answer. And you know what? Actually, Tony, that brings me to a good thing to share here. Let me just find the link. Okay, here it is. For anybody who's looking to trade with the Brokerage Plus, either in simulated trading or live trading with a connected interactive brokers account, we got a little video here that will walk you through soup to nuts. Everything you need to know to get started with Brokerage Plus, how to connect it, how to trade with the simulator, and how to trade live. It's all here in this video here. B Plus explainer video. Putting the link right there in the channel. Okay, Tony, you want to know about the share size. Okay, so once you've got you go to your strategies tab in Brokerage Plus, and once you've got a strategy in place, if you don't have one, you can create one from scratch, or the better way to do it is if you already have an alert window. Basically, an alert window is a strategy, right? So I got an alert window here. We call this the all-time highs alert window. This is essentially a strategy, right? I could set this up so I buy any stock that makes a new all-time high. That could be my strategy. So if you got an alert window slash a strategy already created that you want to trade, just make sure you save this to your cloud. So if I right click in here, save or share to cloud, it's called all-time highs. I'll just save it. I've got this strategy in my cloud. You probably already have it there, but in case you don't, just make sure you got it saved. And then to upload that strategy into your strategies tab of Brokerage Plus, you just right click anywhere in this window, hit load from cloud, and you'll find it right there. That's the one I just recently saved, so it's right up there at the top. I could highlight it, hit load, and then I want to make sure I hit add to existing. Don't hit replace all existing. I wish our developers would destroy this button. Nobody uses it. It confuses people. If I hit that, it's going to erase all of my strategies. I don't want that. I just want to add to my existing strategy base. And there you go. So there's the all-time high strategy. Now, we'll have to go through the settings to set up the risk management like I showed you before. Right-click, edit trading strategy, and then go through all the order details and position sizing like we talked about, right? Once you've got that all set up and it's good to go and you're ready to trade it, you got to turn it on. Notice how here it says off in the strategy. Let's see if we can blow this up a little. Strategy status column says off. You're going to want to turn it on. So if I'm ready to trade this thing, to turn it on, I just right click in the window and choose. See where it says strategy disabled? Click to enable. You just click on that, boom, and now it's on. See that? So now it's going to trade the next trade that comes through, but I'm going to turn this off because I don't want it to do that. Click to disable. So I just turned it off. But that's how you turn them on. Okay, Tony, I hope that helped. Let me know if you need me to go through that again. And by the way, I told you about how to bring a strategy from your cloud into here. You could also, in your Brokerage Plus window, create a new strategy from scratch. If you right-click and just do new trading strategy. So that's one thing you could do. Not the best, but most people just build an alert window and then bring it over. Hi, Cyberk. There is no public cloud. Every user has their own cloud account. There is no public cloud. However, there is a collection of alerts and top lists that might be useful to you, commonly referred or commonly asked for ones. I don't know if you're aware, but or at least Monday through Thursday in the afternoon after the markets close, the guys do webinars, and in those webinars, they frequently reference certain top lists and alert windows that each of the traders use. And so they're commonly asked for by our audience. And so we've warehoused them right here on the platform. In your channel bar, if you scroll down on the channel bar down a ways, right here, Traders Vault, where this little key is. If you click on Traders Vault, this is where we warehouse most of the most commonly requested alerts and top lists. So if the thing you're looking for is up here, it takes a minute to load. There's a lot of stuff here. This is not a channel you're going to want to hang out on. This is just, you find what you need and you go. So let's say you came here because you were looking for the 52-week high breakout strategy, right? This is it right there. So what you do is just right click in that window, you hit save or share to cloud. There it is, it's called 52-week high breakouts. You save it, it's now in your cloud, okay? And then the best practice is to go to one of your custom layouts. I'll just bring up my layout that I use throughout the day. Let's minimize my Brokerage Plus window. And if I want to bring that window into this empty blue space I've got on my layout, that alert window that I just saved to the cloud, now all I gotta do is just in my channel bar either hit the My Cloud button here or go to the File, Load from Cloud. They take you to the same place. They take you right here. And there it is, the thing I most recently saved right at the top, 52-week high breakouts. I highlight it, hit load, and it'll pop up right here on my layout, and I can find a home for it. I could stretch it out, and then there you go. Now you've got it. Best practice here is if you want this to stay on your layout, just make sure that you save this layout to save your work so that every time you load it going forward, it'll always have this alert window right there. So yeah, the Traders Vault channels is a great place to go. It's a good repository of many of our most popular scans and alerts that the traders here at Trade Ideas have created over the years. A pool of window templates. If you're talking about layouts, Cyberk, that's what the channel bar is. Every one of these channels here, if you click on any one of these channels, they launch pre-configured layouts for you. I'm not saying that any one of these layouts is the magic elixir that's going to shovel profits into your account day after day. That's not what they're intended to do, but there are layouts that give you, that zone in on certain specific things, and you're welcome to use them as they are. You're welcome to take windows a la carte from these channels and save them to your cloud and then launch them on your own layouts, which is what most people do, which is what I do. But yeah, and if you're logged into the demo right now, I apologize to you. The demo is very limited. I don't recommend anybody use our demo, to be honest with you. The demo is not intended for live trading, not intended for trading at all. It's really just intended to give you a general idea of what you can expect our software to look like once you download it and get active with it on the platform. The best thing to do is start a subscription with us. Look, we have a 5-day refund period. If you start a new full subscription with us and you cancel within your first 5 days, you're eligible for a full refund, no questions asked. Now, if you sign up for a test drive, that's cool. Test drive starts next week. Just hang tight. All right, folks, so I got 20 minutes left to hang out with you here. So now, not that we're in a time crunch, but if you're sitting on some questions you need help with, now's the time to ask them. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Got some interesting stuff on my trading platform here that's raising my eyebrows. Give me a sec as I look into this. My brokerage platform is telling me that trading was halted across all types of symbols and indices. That's an unusual thing I've never seen before. Anyone else seeing that? I'm seeing trading has halted in IWM, XLV, XLI, XLY, SPY, across the board on all these ETFs that I watch. That can't be right. There must be something wrong with my trading platform. Cole, why do I do options now? You know, options, there's no, I'm not saying that options are the best thing for anybody. It's just, I don't know. I like options. I like the puzzle pieces of it. I like putting spreads together and putting trades together. And I love that options give me options on trades. There's more than one way to win with options. It's not a just simple binary. You make money if it goes up or make money if it goes down. It's, you know, a lot of moving parts. And for me, it's a puzzle that I enjoy. I'm not saying it's best for everybody, but it works for me. That's all. I've been trading since 1998. I started out as an active day trader, very, very active day trader, trading hundreds of thousands of shares every single day. I did that for about 4 or 5 years, and then I rolled into futures. I became a member of Chicago Board of Trade and ran a small hedge fund doing futures trend following strategies. I did that for a few years, and then pretty much from 2006 on, I've been primarily trading options. I still trade stocks occasionally, but yeah, options just, you know, they speak to me. That's all. They're not better than anything else. They're just better for me. Okay, well, all the halts that I was seeing on my trading platform have all disappeared, so I'm guessing whatever that was a little glitch on my trading platform. That was interesting. Never seen that before. Don, thanks for that input. They say halts are equipment change. I don't know what that means. It's just I've never. I use Tastyworks to trade. I don't know if anybody else does, but it's the first time I've ever seen on my symbol list. I got all these ETFs that I keep open just to keep a general idea what the market's doing, and almost all of them said halted next to them. I've just never seen that before. But the market clearly was not halted because everything I see things trading. I don't know. Very confusing. Okay, Tony, if you're, let me go back here. Let me bring up my Brokerage Plus window. Let me bring it up. So in your strategy, if you edit the trading strategy, make sure you've done 2 things. You've set your stop loss. Okay, you know, maybe base it off of a percentage. I'm using 5%. Okay, make sure you got that set. And then on your order details page, make sure you've got based on stop loss and set the value to how much money you're willing to risk. $200, do that. If that isn't working for you, Tony, then that must be a bug. I'm not really sure how to help that here. If that's not working for you, the best thing to do is to go into our tech support and have somebody take a look. Maybe you could share some screenshots. That would be very helpful. So info@trade-ideas.com is the place to go for that. And I'll put the email address in there for everybody. You could always come into our support there, info@trade-ideas.com. Send emails. Always the best place to get additional support. I'm going to guess there's probably something real simple there, Tony, that we're both missing. Because it should work pretty fine. I mean, everyone here at Trade Ideas uses it to trade, and works great for us. So I'm sure there's probably, you know, look, I'm the guiltiest party here by missing the obvious solutions to many things. Oftentimes the solutions are staring us right in the face, and we just see right through them. So fingers crossed that that's what the situation here is, Tony. It's just hard for me to know without seeing your screen. So if you could email with some screenshots, hopefully that'll help. Thanks, bud. This would be getting a little slippery out there, huh? Are we going down towards the day's lows? Here's my S&P chart right here. Whoo, boy, does it want to fill that gap? That could be interesting. That could be interesting. Charles asks, do you have a layout screening for high volume options? We do have an options channel here. If we scroll down, it's kind of near the bottom, I believe. Unusual options right here. We do have an unusual options channel. This will just show you stocks where there's unusual volume changes, right? Like stock that's trading a lot more volume in calls or puts than normal. So that's one thing you could find here. But if you want to create a top list that shows you stocks that have high volumes, I mean, you could do it this way. Just go to New, create a top list window, go to the search tab, and just type in the keyword options, and you'll see all the options filters we have. We don't have a whole lot of options data here in Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas is not built for options traders, for hardcore options traders. So if you're looking for strike-specific data or expiration-specific data or implied volatility data or, what else? Bid asks, things like that, you're not going to find that data here on Trade Ideas. All this really is the only options data we have is related to total volumes, and it's really just intended to give color to an equities trader. All right, so if you type in options here in the search terms box when you're in a config window, you'll see all of our options related data. So you could build, one that will show you stocks that have high volume. In fact, right here, options volume today, if you use this filter and set this minimum to 200, it'll show you all stocks that are trading currently more than basically more than double its average volume or options volume trading. Yeah. It'll show you stocks that are currently trading more than 2 times their average daily options volume. Does that make sense? Maybe that'll help you there, Scott. Charles Scott. All right, folks, so we have about 10 minutes left here. Great questions today so far. You guys have been keeping me on my toes. I like it. And by the way, those of you new, I know there's many of you who are new here. I said at the top of the call, we got a test drive coming up. I know some test drivers have come in ahead of the time. Test drive starts next week. But we do these every trading day, Monday through Friday. Different people every day. So I'm today. Tomorrow will be Steve, and Wednesday is Michael, and Thursday is Jamie, and Friday is Andy usually. So come on back anytime. We do them at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific every trading day. You're welcome to join us and keep learning more. I encourage you to do so. It's a great resource. The best place for us to really take your questions and demonstrate live on the screen how to do things. So definitely encourage you to do that. Ooh, market getting slippery. S&P made a new intraday low just now, for those of you paying attention. For those of you who like to trade gap fills, you got one coming, possibly on deck. I'm getting some trades filled. I had some resting orders out there, getting some fills right now. How about that? Good times. Good times. Oh, HS, I missed your question. Sorry, I don't know how I did that. How do you set a buy limit in Brokerage Plus or in the chart? I'm not sure I understand your question. So you want to buy, so you say you're looking at this stock right here, TCDA, and you want to buy it, but you want to buy it with a limit order, right? Okay, so the way you buy this with a limit order is to right down in here, if you're doing this manually, you got TCDA, you got your shares, it says market, I could set my limit price right here, okay? You just really click on it, and it includes, or you could manually type it in, 645, right? Then you can go ahead and hit buy. You can't put a stop limit in if that's what you're asking. Like if you want to have a limit order to buy at 7 up here, you can't put a stop limit order in to buy at this time. I believe that's something that's coming, but not available at this time. Angel, no, I don't have a YouTube channel like Mike. I don't, sorry. But really all you need to know about how I swing trade, I shared the links up above. If you scroll up in the questions panel here, I shared a couple links back to back for swing trading using Holly AI. So I got a little blog post about how I do it. And then I got a podcast that I talk about it. I just recorded that podcast just a couple weeks ago. Talks about how I swing trade. It doesn't really make for compelling daily YouTube videos, to be honest. But hopefully those will be instructive to you. All right. Bear with me one second. Just taking care of a little administrative thing here. Okay. All right. Back at it. All right, folks. So I'm going to issue first last call for questions. I got 7 minutes left to hang with you. Otherwise, once we get to the top of the hour, I'm going to pass it back to Barry, who runs the live trading room. He'll take you into the close. And this channel that you're on right now, this YouTube channel where you're hearing my voice and seeing my screen, we broadcast here all trading day long from open to close. When we're not doing a live Q&A, the rest of the day, it's all Barry Einerson hosting the live trading room. It's a great resource for those of you, especially for you on the test drive, who are new to trade ideas. It's a great place to watch a live trader, an actual live trader using trade ideas to trade real money using Trade Ideas software. And he talks you through what he's doing. He's pretty good at answering questions. He's just a mensch of a man. One of the best we got. Very, very helpful. Very humble. You'll get a lot out of Barry's trading room for sure. And did I mention it's completely free? That should have been obvious, but in case it's not. Trading room's open to anybody, whether you're a Trade Ideas subscriber or not, and it's completely free forever and always. Okay, looks like the questions have slowed to a trickle, so I'm going to issue last call for questions. If there's nothing else on anyone's plate, then I'm just going to shut her down and hand her back to Barry. But if you do have a question, I got 4 more minutes to hang out with you. Barry, I see you, buddy. I see ya. I'm probably going to be passing back to you here in just a moment. Questions have dried up, it seems. MB, you're still confused when it comes to alerts. What's confusing? Let me know. Alerts are real-time alerts. So whenever a trigger happens, let's say it's an intraday high. If you got an intraday high alert triggered, you're going to get alerted the moment it happens. It's going to pop up in your alert window. See this alert window here on my screen? At the exact time, see the timestamp, at the exact time that alert happens, it'll pop up here. You could set it. Look, I just had one show up right now. It's a new 5-minute low is the alert. It'll pop up here. You could set it up for audio alerts. So a little bell goes off if you need. But alert windows are pretty simple. I mean, they're simple in their function, what they're trying to do. They're trying to alert you in real time whenever your triggers happens. I don't know what you mean there, MB. How you can have AI alerts triggering simultaneously with your regular price alerts. AI and price alerts are separate things. You talk about a price alert window. You talk about one of these things. Price alerts window right here. Anything you put in here, these are going to be manual alerts that you've created. That has nothing to do with.
All right, guys. Well, getting close. I'm just waiting for Sean to exit the YouTube feed, and then I'll do my video. And today at 2 is that monthly development meeting that I attend. So that's at 2 o'clock. Before I just want to pop in the test drive alert again, or test drive link. So if you do click on that alert, you will be brought to this page here. So there it is, $8.99 for 2 full weeks of Trade Ideas, the premium service. Starts on November 9th to 20th. You sign up today. What you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? You will not get data live data until the 9th. So please don't harass our poor support people and say, hey, I signed up. Where's my data? Now, typically, and I'm going to find out typically about a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday, this Friday, you'll have access to the program. And also open, those of you who are standard subscribers, you can also try us out. The premium service for those 2 weeks. And again, as I always say, don't worry, you're not put into a subscription. Once the test drive is over, there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe or anything. We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription. And if you were standard and it will put you back to standard unless you tell us, hey, I want to stay at premium. All right, guys, I am just, as I say, waiting for Sean to exit the YouTube feed so I can then go and do my video. Well, you know what? Keep an eye on NWL. I mean, it hasn't fallen like the rest, like some of the rest of the stocks in the market. NWL was a earnings play. Kind of a weird, no, right there. Here's the reaction right there. So it wasn't actually bad. I mean, yeah, it's a red candle, but so it closed below the open, but it was a pop up. I would be watching maybe, well, maybe not. Oh, I'm sorry, a 19 break. It has a lot of resistance up here, right, just a little over 20. And that's for the NWL. But you know what? I might have a little run if it can take out 19. I'm going to stick an alert. We're at the highs there. It looks like 1906. It's not a low float. Have 420 million in the float. Okay, market continues to move down a little bit more as the techs really gave it up. You must have made just a little bit because this TCDA is still really strong. Keep waiting to see if this PBYI can continue down from here. It just doesn't seem to want to right now anyway. Looks like Sean is working overtime in that YouTube feed. Okay, there is a little bounce here now for Twitter, TWTR. I mean, if you really think this is support, this 3860-ish or so, I mean, then you can, keep maybe look at this as a potential little swing with that being your out. Though again, I would not be swinging in this market. I would wait for tomorrow. I would wait for Wednesday. Tomorrow is really not going to be the day. It'll be Wednesday. Could be the balance of the week, really. I wouldn't expect anything to, and not that the market completely and utterly settles down, but I would be waiting till next Monday, right when we start the test drive. Yeah, well, it was 300. It was almost 300. I have no idea what happened to Puma. Well, that's the other thing. Yeah, William. All right, I want to find out. Can you guys hear me in the YouTube feed, or is Sean still there? If he is, he's working overtime. I have to do my video now, so. All right, I'm just going to put the announcement in there. I don't see if he's gone yet. I better spell that better. There we go. Okay, and if you do want to check out the videos that I do every day, yeah, Zach, I can. Jeez. Okay, on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link and watch, this is the my recap videos right there. It's all free, of course. So I do the video, and usually within a couple of hours they get sent out via email. All right, everybody. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. There is no coupon code, okay? There is no coupon. I know there's a box to put it in, but there is no coupon code for the test drive, okay? I mean, it's only $8.99, so there is no coupon code, okay? Well, I understand. I do understand. It's just unfortunately, it is a generic kind of a generic sign out. I do understand, but it's $8.99. All right, guys. I'm just let's see. SUP, boy, this SUP is strong. I mean, this actually. I mean, this could, boy, you have to watch this one tomorrow. I mean, this could easily, and now it's traded the float. Remember I saying it was going to trade the float easily? So there it is, 23 million in the float. 23 million has traded today. Tomorrow, if it breaks through this 2, I mean, it could happen today. They made a great earnings play for it. I mean, it's still a completely beaten up stock. Don't get me wrong, but it is trying to come back. Yeah, well, I've got my price alert set up here, but this was really for tomorrow. We talk about, I use this term a lot. I didn't invent it or anything, but sort of a second day continuation on earnings. I'll be amazed if it gets there real. Market, I mean, this is going counter to the market, of course. I mean, earnings play. This is an alpha stock. Typically, what we mean is that an alpha stock doesn't really care what the rest of the market's doing. It has some kind of a catalyst that allows it to kind of trade on its own. So its catalyst is its earnings. Other catalysts, of course, are something very specific to it regarding news. But it's an earnings catalyst because this market is definitely getting weaker. All dragged down by tech. You're not listening, William. I kid William, of course. Oh, you don't want to hear the first part then. No, I was giving you a hard time. If you obviously weren't listening to me, I've been talking about SUP all day regarding an earnings play. Yeah, so that was a short-lived bounce for Twitter. Guys, I mean, this Twitter is getting into really interesting territory here. I mean, yes, it had a little bounce here, but it is still, I mean, look at this right there. I mean, if this, I mean, there's the low, okay? On the daily chart, there is the actual low, 39.18. But, this area right here, it's just, what's the low there? 38.23, 38.55. 38.51, 38.33, 38.82. So, anywhere between 38.50 and 39, this is the area that it is going to try to hold. And we were almost right there. So, MB, did you get your question answered? I'm just I see. I don't know if Sean answered you in the YouTube feed. Did you get your question answered about how can you have AI alerts and your own alerts triggering at the same time? Because I can certainly show you how you can do that. What's up? What's up? Look at this SUP now almost $2. I mean, this has actually been pretty good from $1.57. So out of these ones, let's see, NIO 34.66. What did it do afterwards? Yeah, 34.95, not bad. The CWH, I think, was pretty good, 29.15. That's not the right here is where the alert happened. So 29.15, and it got up to 30.69. So that'd be a couple of a little over a dollar. The SUP we've already talked about. And the TCDA, man, I mean, 5.97 gets up to 6.85, almost a dollar there. On the downside, let's see what happens. 16.38, not much. 17.20, not much. The John's actually has a bit of a bounce, yeah. 5.99, so this actually was a bounce, and I don't think this one moved too much. Yeah. Well, I have no alerts now. Nothing is firing. Even though the market is moving down, not even getting some stocks making new lows of the day. from what I'm following anyway. Do you remember I put this as a conditional trade, the EQ? Remember I was demonstrating how you can have a conditional alert set underneath the price? Not an alert, but about something that'll take the trade. So I had set that, I think, at 5:30. It actually took it at 5:31. Now, it doesn't mean I have to stay in the trade. If I want to get out right now, I can just flatten it, especially with the market moving down. All right, guys. Well, I'm just kind of waiting to get some more alerts coming in. All right, ANPC now is actually maybe making signs that it wants to a little recovery. All right, out of here, maybe. Remember, this is flying high in the pre-market, got up to 508, pulled way back. So maybe this is the sort of thing that I kind of wait for. So what I'm going to do is maybe stick an alert around 377. Doesn't mean I take the trade at 377. What I'm looking for is a breakout here on volume though. I want to see a big volume bar breaking it through. If I don't get that volume bar, I'll pass on it. Even if I get the volume bar, it doesn't mean I absolutely take the trade, but at least it gets me very, very interested. Remember, this did hit 50, whatever it was, 508, 507 in the pre-market. And it's a virus play. Where do you see a buyout for DGLY? Are you just sort of thinking maybe a buyout, or I'm just looking at the news. I don't see anything about that. Rumors of a buyout? All right, I didn't see that, but okay. Well, the next level up here on the weekly chart, around 330 or so. maybe keep an eye on XPEV. XPEV is basing pretty nicely here. Looks not quite as nice. Pull back, but every pullback is met with a pop for XPEV. Again, this was flying. I mean, this got up to 22.46, so almost $1.50 right here. There's the ANPC. Now, was it on volume? Little bit of volume coming in, ANPC. Okay, MB, I don't see you answer my question, so maybe are you still in the room? So again, with the market doing this, I'm going to exit this trade. So one of the things, two columns I like to have, I know I go over this a bit, but two columns I like to have with the closed P&L, max P&L, well, closed P&L obviously, but the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. So what this max P&L is telling me is that when I got out of TCDA, that was at at 640, that was at the very top of when I could have got out when I still had the trade, okay, when I still had the shares. So obviously that's pretty good because it's right onto the penny. This number here, right now it is -3, but at one point when TCDA was up here at 82 cents, that number would have been like plus 42. That means that where I got out of it, it moved 42 cents above where I got out of it. So of course, that would not have been necessarily a great exit. Okay, now right now it's 3 cents below where I got out of it. And what this is telling me, that with the max P&L, I mean, at the very, very most, when I got in at 531, it may have moved a penny above. That's it. All right, guys. Well, the A&PC is sort of interesting, but I just don't know how dynamic this is going to be with what the market's doing, what the overall market sentiment is right now about getting into trades. To be honest, I mean, look, it's just I just don't think. I mean, if I weren't in this room, I'd be out of here. Okay, I would not be trading. Okay, I would just be sitting on my hands. Probably, maybe the only time I would trade tomorrow is maybe in the first hour. Wednesday, roll the dice. Not saying there aren't trades to be had, but you know what I look at? Yeah, see, Twitter to me is choppy. I mean, look, up, down, up. Now it's maybe moving higher, but it's a little bit choppy. The only good thing is it seems to be wanting to hold this little area of potential support. Yeah, oh yeah. I'm going all in. All right, guys, there is a little bit of a move for XPEV here over that 21. Nice little move here, a little bit of volume coming in for XPEV. And NIO, and my guess is that LI is doing kind of the same thing. So some of these early China automotive plays, NIO, XPEV, and LI are starting to, come back a little bit. Yeah, I'm sure you did, William. This one has never been able to gain any traction. This is a peanut allergy drug, I guess. It's had its ups and downs. I mean, it had a nice move way back here, early in the year, and then every time it makes that move up, it gets slapped. And so the news today was, I guess, the European equivalent to the FDA kind of gave it the go ahead. I didn't read the full release, but again, cannot sustain itself. But this is a strong sector, obviously. Cannabis sector is strong today. Ooh, look at it, guys. AVID. AVID. Well, it's not so much CGC. It's my thoughts on the marijuana or cannabis sector. I mean, the reason, we think the reason that the whole sector is moving is if the Democrats do win, they've already come out and said we'll decriminalize possession. So I mean, I think this is just a bet that maybe the Democrats win. If they don't win, they'll all collapse. So those are my thoughts. So it's a total gamble. All right, so keep an eye on this Avid. I don't. There was a big drop for it, but let's see, 819. Just a moment, please. Okay, I am back. Boy, the market is really starting to give it up, guys. This has been steady now, almost after that first 45 minutes. The market had 3 green candles, but we did have topping tails there. And ever since then, the market is just moving down, down, down. Just watching, looking at this Avid, it just unfortunately, well, I don't know. The next low looking left is 819. I'm gonna see how well this holds underneath. I mean, I don't know, something kind of caused it to give up 9 on some volume. I do not see it. Had earnings on the 28th, so. So there was the reaction. Okay, earnings were after hours on the 20th. So there was the reaction. I'm sorry, there was the reaction. Because it was post-market on the 28th. So there's the 28th. had earnings, actually not bad, and then Friday, but look at this. I mean, I love to see this thing kind of consolidate a little bit underneath 9, and then I'm going to take a short on it. I mean, it has some room underneath to about 820. All right, guys. Well, this Avid, it's still hanging just underneath 9. Well, look at this. Look at this red candle now on the SPY. I mean, will all the indices go negative? Dow is still up. SPY is still up, but just fading. Yeah, look at the A and PC. That's why I not really wanting to go long anything right now. Nice call on the TCDA reel, obviously. The fade, 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 fade. Nice play on the way up. Nice play on the way down. Wasn't Rare involved with something last week or in some kind of a buyout or buying somebody? Wow, that red bar is getting wider and wider. 4 minutes for this to close, this 15-minute candle right there. All right, guys, so I will be in this meeting. I'm just going to put myself on mute. Now I know I'm on mute. Now I know. Doggone it. I unmuted one aspect. All right. So, well, time is at 2:53. I'll just do it again. So you will have access to the program. If you're part of the test drive, you'll have access to the program a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday, okay? So you can play around with it over the weekend. I really, really suggest you take a look at the 20 lessons in 20 days. If you want to sign up for the test drive, click on that link that I put in here, the test drive November 2020, and you'll be brought to this page right there. So for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for 2 weeks. And remember, what you're doing today by signing up, you're pre-registering. You'll have no data, no live data until that Monday, November 9th, but you'll have access to the program a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday. No live data, of course, but at least you'll be able to play around with the program. And if you click on my homepage link, so if you click on my homepage link, you still have time to get a 20% discount, all right? Using the promo code HollyBoo20. Let me put that in. Okay, you can still use that until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight, okay, to get 20% off. And again, on my homepage, so don't use that promo code right there. Use HollyBoo20. Trade of the week, again, this week, it's all cash, all right? Not the symbol, but stay in cash. That was the recommendation. Well, we're going to have a very volatile week. So there was no real trade of the week this week, but you can sign up for them. I'm sure we'll have a trade of the week next week. And my daily recap, the 20 lessons on that education link right there. So if you're going to be part of the test drive, I would really, really recommend that you take a look at these 20 lessons. Really, they're quick, but going over all the basics, how to create a top list, how to create an alert window, just things like that. So that when you start the test drive, you won't be starting completely from scratch. Also, the daily support sessions from 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed. Free trading while you're in the trading room right now. The daily webinars that you can sign up for right here. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. More educational videos, ebooks. So a lot of information on my homepage, including right there, I have my scans now on my homepage. So if you click here you can have all my scans right here. And that's about it, guys. 2:57. So are there any other questions? I'll be shutting the room down at 3. And who knows what's going to happen tomorrow, but especially especially Wednesday. Just looking at some of the auto stocks from this morning. Tried to have a little bit of a rebound, but not much. So I did see while I was in that meeting, the market tried to rally a little bit. Qs are still slightly underwater. They've rallied a little bit. I'm going to watch this Blue Apron tomorrow. This looks so weak. APRN. See if it takes out 4. I mean, there's support right around here. 234. I mean, that's still a long way it can go percentage-wise. So I'm definitely, this will be on my watch list almost for sure tomorrow. All right, everybody. Are there any other last questions? I will stick around if there are questions. Otherwise, I will shut the room down. All right, going once, going twice. All right, I think that's a wrap, guys. So thanks a lot for all the help. As I say, it'll be an exciting couple of days. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.